This episode has been brought to you by Minster Bank, Plus One Professionals, Albert Sporting Goods, American Legion Post 323, Fowler's TV, St. Mary's Eagles 767, Speckman Automotive, Auglaze Audiology, Rabel's Auto Service, American Manufacturing Solutions, Speed's Chiropractic, and Miller Funeral Home.
The Friends of the St. Mary's Theater need your financial help to secure a state grant, which we need to raise $500,000 in individual contributions by the end of 2021. Any donation is welcome, and suggested donations, which can be pledged, are $200, $1,823, $2,023 and beyond. Send check to Friends of SM Theater, P.O. Box 382, St. Mary's, Ohio, or visit Graham Opera House Live to make an online payment to the 501c3. The time is now to make this happen. See more on our Facebook page at Graham Opera House Live.
Well, hello there, Rider Nation Station. I'm Kelly J, and I'm here with my husband, Mike, and we are doing the second round of St. Mary's Basketball Hall of Fame intros and information. We did the same routine several years ago with the Girls Basketball Hall of Fame, and after some work, we've instituted the Boys Basketball Hall of Fame. We had the ceremony in January, and so we're going to do a little intro talking about some of the players who we brought in for interviews, and then you'll be able to see the ceremony in its entirety and the interviews themselves afterwards. This whole process started several years ago when we were approached by John Burke, who's the girls basketball head coach and principal at Memorial High School, and he wanted to institute a Girls Basketball Hall of Fame. So we went about doing research for about a year and a half, and then we had the ceremony, which you can view on Rider Nation Station. So after that ceremony, a few days later, we were approached by someone who said, hey, great ceremony, great idea to institute. We have the backing to put in a Boys Hall of Fame if you guys are interested in doing the legwork. And so we did a huge sigh, kind of sat back for about a week or so, and then said, okay, let's get after it, and went about maybe a 2-year research trek, just finding all the gentlemen who qualified for the Hall of Fame, and getting all their information and pictures, and sometimes it's a matter of tracking down where guys lived. And so yeah, it was a lot of research, a lot of legwork. Along the way, we had a lot of help from various people who were on the committee with us. Doug and Rich Spencer helped tremendously with the technological part of the process. Rhonda Shelby, I
call her she's the genealogical bloodhound of our project. If there was any person for the Hall of Fame that I needed to contact, I had no idea how to get a hold of him. All I had to do is tell Rhonda his name, and usually in less than 24 hours, she would produce emails, phone numbers, addresses. Usually because she played bridge or canasta or whatever your game of choice with one of their relatives. So yes. She tracked them down like a bloodhound. And
I know I'll end up forgetting some people, but Andy Rammel and his son Luke helped as well. But we had a lot of input from a lot of different people. Like the Girls Basketball Hall of Fame, the baseline qualification was a player had to, at least one time in his high school career, be named first team WBL. That was our baseline qualification. We didn't want to make it a coach's vote, popularity contest or something like that. We wanted to have a baseline, very tangible qualification that we could base things on. So did a lot of research for a couple of years, and then COVID hit, and during that process, so it kind of delayed our ceremony, and nobody was allowed to go to games, and so we waited until this past January when we were finally allowed to be back into the gym, and had our ceremony January 8th, I think it was. And so now here we are tonight to just kind of tie together all the interviews that we've had over the last several months and put together a final project. So I guess we're heading into our first interview.
We're going to lead off with Mr. Ray Graves, who was a graduate of the class of 1956. If you were going to build a Mount Rushmore of St. Mary's boys basketball, this man would be one of the four heads on that monument. Ray Graves was a two-time All-WBL player. He played on a what I would consider the greatest St. Mary's team ever assembled. They were undefeated regular season and WBL 2 consecutive years. They won a district championship, first ever in school history, in 55, followed it up with another district title in 56, and a loss in the regional finals to a Columbus Class A team. So Ray, not only was he outstanding in high school as a player, but he also went on to a distinguished career at the Citadel in South Carolina, playing Division I basketball. He finished up with over 1,100 points and over 900 rebounds. He finished up as Citadel's all-time leading rebounder. He played on a team at the Citadel coached by Norm Sloan. By every account, it is the Citadel's greatest team. The moniker that they gave him, they called him the Blitz Kids, because they were more successful than any Citadel team had ever been in the past. But they were coached by Norm Sloan. If we have any basketball gurus out there, they'll know. He later coached at Florida and then eventually NC State, where he won a national title with a legendary team led by David Thompson. So Ray had a Hall of Fame career there. He played for a Hall of Fame coach, played on, without question, the greatest Citadel team in history. He was second team All-Southern Conference. And in 1993, he was elected to the Citadel Athletic Hall of Fame. So, what an outstanding career that Ray had, both at St. Mary's and at the Citadel.
We also said during the introduction and the ceremony that Ray is part of what we would consider the first family of St. Mary's basketball. Ray and his two brothers and Ray's son Dave, all four in the St. Mary's Basketball Hall of Fame. And so the Graves footprint is everywhere in the Hall of Fame, and things started there with him. Ray also returned to St. Mary's, a bigger impact as well, to coach St. Mary's.
Coached from 1971 to 1976, coached the Roughriders.
Unfortunately, Ray passed away this past year, and before he passed away, he contacted us and said, "Could you come to my home? I'd like to do my interview now." And we were just thrilled to be able to go there and meet him. And what a great man. And we were honored to be able to spend time with him and his wife, Linda, and just get our interview, but also make a great connection with someone from St. Mary's past.
A word of warning: if you notice strange sounds in the background during this interview, that's Ray's pet bulldog that's sitting in a cage in the room by his bedside. And of course, Ray played for Citadel, and their mascot is the Bulldogs. And so he's always had a bulldog in his home ever since he graduated from the Citadel. But he sort of interrupted our interview a little bit with some snoring. So I hope you can still hear the questions and answers over the canine input.
And with that, Ray Graves' interview.
Okay, today Rider Nation, we are coming to you from beautiful Pandora, Ohio. We are privileged to be in the home of a true St. Mary's legend, Mr. Ray Graves, from the class of 1956. Ray was a member of what I would consider the greatest team in St. Mary's history. The 55-56 St. Mary's teams went back-to-back undefeated regular seasons, back-to-back undefeated in the WBL, made a trip to the district finals and then the regional finals his senior year. Ray's one of our all-time greats. Not only is Ray a Hall of Famer here at St. Mary's, but he is also a Hall of Famer at the Citadel, where he attended and played college basketball. Ray was a 4-year letterman at the Citadel. Ended up scoring over 1,000 points and over 900 rebounds at the Citadel, and was enshrined as a member of their Hall of Fame in 1993.
Yes.
Not only did he play on some of St. Mary's greatest teams, his Citadel teams, the teams were called the Blitz Kids, were coached by Norm Sloan, who was a very famous coach who later won a national championship at NC State. But that team that you were a part of was known as the Blitz Kids, and is widely considered the greatest team in the Citadel history. So not only do we have a St. Mary's Hall of Famer here, but also a Citadel Hall of Famer. So Ray, first we want to thank you for inviting us into your home and allowing us to interview you.
Well, thank you, Jay. We greatly appreciate that. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, we're very glad to honor you, and glad that you agreed to be interviewed and share some of your memories from days gone by.
Thank you.
Okay. First, Ray, I think I want to ask, what was your favorite memory from playing at St. Mary's?
Probably.
Was it the trip to the regional finals in '56?
No, I'm going to surprise you.
Okay, that would have been my pick.
Probably when Mr. Stuckey, Coach Stuckey, tried to run me off.
Uh-oh.
I had a bad practice.
Now, was this when you were young?
This was when I was a junior.
Okay, so 1954, 55.
He tried to run me off. And I knew I couldn't, because my father would not let us.
Aha. So you had a rough
Right.
practice, and he tried to
Yep. And
tried to break you?
He's mentioned that many times we've been together. He said, I knew if you come back, I had a ball player.
Huh. And boy was he right.
He was.
Boy was he right.
Yes. And the other thing is, it was an honor to play with my brother Jay. I didn't get in the game, but I did get in the warm-ups.
Ah, gotcha.
So,
Yeah, and Gene is one of our other Hall of Famers,
yes.
who was the Graves family is what I would consider the first family of St. Mary's basketball. We have 4 different Hall of Famers. 4 of our 40 Hall of Famers have the last name Graves.
Wow.
Gene is your older brother, who graduated in 54, I think.
Yeah, because
53 or 54. And then you in 56. Claude in 61, I think. 60 or 61. And then your son Dave is a Hall of Famer from the 80s. So we have 4 different Graveses from
Yes.
your family. That's quite
Yes.
quite an honor for your family.
thank you.
So yeah, you really surprised me. I thought sure you would say that the trip to the regionals, your senior year, would have been your best memory. But you said,
Yeah. But, go ahead.
okay. Ray, were there some players that you remember playing against in high school that really come to mind as some of the best you played against?
The George brothers in Belfast.
Okay.
Junior year. I believe they were ranked in the state. And that was where we hit that plateau. We didn't quite hit the plateau, but we were able to win that game to
And that was like, I think that was your closest regular season game. Your closest to a loss.
Yes.
Your junior year in the regular season.
Other than Greenville.
Greenville was a close one too.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, back-to-back undefeated seasons are very, very rare. That's quite a team accomplishment.
Yeah, I think it was 20-0, and I'm not sure. I think it was 20-0 my junior year, 23, 22, and 1 my senior year.
Yeah. You lost in the district finals your junior year,
Right.
the regional finals your senior year.
But I never could play up to the par that Gene could play. But one thing I could do, I could play defense.
Yeah. Well, that leads to a great story, your defense. When I was looking through your scrapbooks last year, I found an interesting article from your Citadel days. It was a picture, the article basically said, the Citadel's Graves holds Mountaineer star to career low. And then I looked at your picture and to see who that Mountaineer star was. And of course it was the great Jerry West, often called the logo because his picture is what's used as the NBA logo. But you held Jerry West to a then career low. So
I was fortunate. He had pneumonia.
you're not supposed to say that, right? And then I think you told me that a couple weeks after you guarded Jerry West, you played Cincinnati
That's it.
and guarded
Oscar Robertson.
Oscar Robertson. So how many people can claim that they guarded two of the NBA's absolute most famous players within the same month? That was quite a.
It was.
And you being a great defensive player, you were assigned to guard both of them.
1/2.
1/2 for Oscar.
Oscar had 8 points the first half, 30 the second half.
Yeah, that's quite.
So, the interesting part about the Cincinnati game, it's halftime, and we're on a four-corner slow down. I won't say a stall, a slow down. They started pitching coins on the floor. We stopped.
Cincinnati fans didn't appreciate it.
We stopped and picked up the coins ourselves.
They were leaving. It wasn't a gratuity they were trying to give you. Huh? They were trying to hit you with them.
Right.
That's a good story.
But you know who the best player was that I ever played against?
In high school, I'm going to take a guess, just from looking at your scrapbook. Was he from Shelby? No, I was going to guess Larry Siegfried, who you played your junior year, right? At Toledo.
Yep.
And defeated, and people, Rider Nation who are watching this may not know the name Larry Siegfried. He played 4 years at Ohio State, and this was the years when they were a national championship and a national runner-up, both. And then he's enshrined in their Hall of Fame. Then he went to the Boston Celtics and won, I think, 5 or 6 NBA titles as a starter on the great Bill Russell teams and Havlicek teams. So I was guessing you were going to say Larry Siegfried at Shelby, but no.
John Kinzel.
John Kinzel. St. Mary's own John Kinzel.
I tell you why. He could do everything he could do in the day. He could dunk the ball. He could pass the ball. He could dribble the ball. He could bring the ball down the floor. He had everything they have today. He could jump. In this day and age, you got to be able to put the ball on the floor. And a lot of teams can't. I'm one that can't do it.
So Kinzel was your pick even over Larry Siegfried, who's an NBA All-Star. That's amazing.
It is.
And Kinzel, Rider Nation may not know, Kinzel went on to play at the Air Force.
Yes, he did.
Played 3 different sports at the Air Force.
Isn't that amazing?
Which is, and the one year he was the quarterback of the football team. He was the 6th man on the basketball team. And in the spring, he was the NCAA slugging percentage leader in baseball. Yep. So the fact that you pick him as your the best player you played with or against is maybe not that surprising.
Well, I'm just saying, he could do the things that's happening today back in.
Right.
And it was privilege.
Is there any favorite coach stories you have, Ray, from Coach Stuckey? He obviously was a very, very successful coach. He has the best winning percentage in St. Mary's history.
Well, the thing is, he was able to coach, still give you a hard time, and you still wanted to play for him.
You still respected him and
Yes,
liked
sir.
him, even though he was a
But
very strict disciplinarian.
when I went to the Citadel and we had practice, Coach Stuckey already knew the defense. I go to the Citadel, same defense that he's been coaching for 3 or 4 years at St. Mary's.
So it made an easy adjustment for you.
And at the Citadel, I hate to brag, but generally I guarded the best.
Right.
Didn't make any difference if it was post or guard. Yeah,
You were the
back.
defensive stopper.
Yes. But when he jumped all over me, that's things got in light in a hurry. 'Cause
So he probably, by being tough on you, he probably prepared you for playing for Norm Sloan, who was a famous, very strict. His nickname was Stormin' Norman Sloan, your college coach. I'm sure he earned that nickname.
he sure did.
He was a tough guy.
Well, he knew how to put things together to make it all seem a lot easier, and probably more so than we thought. But I mean, you go as a senior in high school for an hour and a half practice. Get to the Citadel. We had 3-hour practices every day except Sunday. Sunday we had 2-hour practices. So it just
Wow.
put it together. We all survived it. Just like here at St. Mary's, we all survived it.
Yeah. Well, something I thought was kind of interesting when I did some research, when your senior year, when you made it to the regional finals, you played Columbus North. And of course, St. Mary's is a school with probably a half or less of the students that Columbus North had.
Right.
But that was when there was only 2 divisions, an A and a B. And we were in the big school division. So we were playing some massive school, Toledo Maycomer and Columbus North. When you played Columbus North in the regional finals, the best player on the other team was it Dick Weary?
Dick Weary.
And you both end up going to the Citadel and our teammates. You were opponents in that regional final, and then you both ended up going to the Citadel and playing together on the Blitz Kids teams.
Yes. We had the Dick Weary, myself, Dick Jones,
Art Musselman, right?
Art
From Huntington?
Huntington. In fact, I just talked to him a couple days ago.
And you know my Huntington connection. I played basketball at Huntington
That's good.
University in Indiana, and I've heard the Musselman name. There's other Musselmans around the Huntington area. I've heard his name before.
Yeah. We've gotten to know each other much better. It's though you don't have a lot of free time,
Yeah.
so it's always nice to talk with us.
It's St. Mary's people may not know, but the Citadel is basically a military-based
It is.
academy, and so it has military discipline, military regimentation. Everything's
Right.
controlled. That
Yes.
when you eat and when you get up and when you go to bed and when you practice was all very strictly disciplined by the Citadel.
Yes. And then on that Indiana team that won the state was Bob Blackledge, who came to the Citadel, played at the Citadel, 6'9" or 6'10". George Wehrmeister was 6'7". Dan Howe, who was an All-American hurdler.
All from Indiana?
All from Indiana.
And that's probably because Norm Sloan was an Indiana boy himself.
Yeah, from
Lawrence, I think he played at like Lawrence North
I don't
in
know.
high school. I think he was an Indiana boy, I know.
Yes, he was.
So he probably liked recruiting.
Well,
Indiana
that
kids.
was Sloan's recruiting area,
Yeah.
and he enjoyed. I think he enjoyed that.
Yeah.
We didn't, not as much as he probably.
That 56 regional final, Ray, do you remember running out onto the floor? Do you remember seeing thousands of St. Mary's people there?
Yes,
Did we have a really large contingent that went
I think
up
they
to,
did.
to
'Cause
the
it was-
Coliseum in Toledo?
Yeah, in Toledo. I was thinking it was Fort Wayne. You're right.
Yeah, I think the regional final
Yeah.
was in Toledo.
Yep, you're right. I gotta get.
And I think I'd read articles in your scrapbook that said that St. Mary's had sent the citizens in town rented Greyhounds buses, and there were 5 or 6 bus loads full of St. Mary's fans that followed the team bus up to Toledo.
Yes, John Kinsel's father was part of that group.
That organized
that
the buses.
organized- Yes,
And
Yes.
other people from your era said they remember seeing the school bus leaving town and then having Greyhounds following it, and then people's cars behind that. There was a whole stream of, it seemed like all of St. Mary's in a parade heading for Toledo to that game, because that's the first time
Yeah.
we ever went to the regionals. It was such a big deal.
yes. We had a good following that whole year. We had some peaks and valleys, but I mean, you play that many games,
Yeah,
it just happens.
right.
You run into a group. Because the best team I think overall was our junior year. There was the Toledo Maycomer. They had all those.
They knocked you out. They're
Yes,
the team
they
that knocked
did.
you out in the
They did.
districts. They were really good.
They were. Not only that, they had the size.
Hmm.
I mean,
And you were the St. Mary's biggest player at 6'5", and then
Yeah,
Tippy Cook and Kensel were about 6'2",
oh yeah,
and then you had Louis Leininger and Ronnie Anderson were very short guards, weren't they? I mean, at least in the picture, they look.
with the Toledo Maycomer, we had what was the Cook boy's name?
Tippy?
No,
Oh, Al?
Al Cook.
Al Cook, who's another one of our Hall of Famers.
He could play too.
Yeah.
And it was a shame what happened to him.
Yeah, he died tragically in a car accident.
Yes, he did.
Outside of St. Mary's. A lot of people described him as kind of a Bob Cousy kind of little
Was.
guard. Was a
Was.
really quick and fancy passes and was an excellent player. So you think your junior year team may have been even better than the
Well,
hard to pick.
yeah, I understand. He could play.
Okay. Now I'm going to test your memory here, Ray. When you were a boy, was there any St. Mary's player that you looked up to? And you remember watching him when you were young and saying, boy, I'd like to be like him.
Well, eventually it was Dean Cook.
Okay.
I mean, because he could do a lot of things with the basketball.
Right. And eventually Dean starts a couple years at Ohio
He
State.
sure did.
Yeah. One of St. Mary's, I'm sure, best players we ever produced.
Well, I tell you, he had a nice father who allowed him to do some individual stuff that people looked up to.
Yeah.
That's just like dribbling the basketball. He could dribble the ball. And the people.
And his dad was for Rider Nation fans. Dad was the superintendent. I assume, was he superintendent still when you were having the great teams later in the 50s?
Yes.
H.H. Cook was his dad and was the superintendent.
I know people don't realize this, but Dane Cook.
Do you remember going to the auditorium, Ray, to see Dean play?
Oh yes, because we always stood up there.
Because Dean was his senior year was the last year that we played in the old high school auditorium. Do you remember going and watching it?
Yeah, I touched the wall. Because that was out of bounds.
Out of bounds was the wall.
That's the wall. Yeah,
now, the students would sit up in the balcony, right? Above the basket.
In the cage.
In the cage. I bet that was a rowdy place to be during games.
The visitors were on one end, St. Mary's on the other end. In the cage.
Huh.
So.
Then after Dean graduated, they built the new McBroom gym, which is where you played all 4 of your years.
I think Gene had the opening shot on that.
I think I've heard that he scored the first basket.
That's what I've heard.
In McBroom gym. I think we discovered that somewhere in our research. When they closed McBroom gym at the last game, I think in the program it mentioned that he was the first person to score a basket. Huh, that's interesting. So you got a good family connection there. Is there any advice you'd give to young players today? If they want to be a good basketball player, what advice would you give them? Something they could do to become a...
Well, first of all, you got to put time in. If you don't put time in...
Basketball is a very skilled sport, isn't it?
It does. You got to put time in. And loosen up and play all the sports. Don't tie yourself down.
Don't focus on just one.
And that's the same thing with the academics. I'm sorry to say, I didn't do very well. But you just gotta put time in. Now, going to the military school, you don't have much time.
Yeah.
By the time you get practice over with, and you chow. Boy, I tell you.
You do your studies at night.
Yeah, because you gotta go from 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So, but it's worth it all at the end.
The hard work.
It is.
The hard work and the practice and
Yes.
stuff is worth it. Yeah.
And we had a good group of solid people around us. I mean, you think about the coaches I had in high school. Think about the coaches I had at the Citadel. Then I played some AAU ball in Charleston, which again made a big difference.
So all that hard work and stuff in the
It
end
does.
definitely made you a better person.
Oh,
I'm sure it changed, all that discipline and stuff probably changed your life path. By going through that, you probably achieved a lot more than maybe you would have if you had not gone through those tough times.
Yeah, you gotta be willing to give. You gotta be willing to take too, but you gotta be willing to give. Because there's not a whole lot of friendly people out there this day and age.
Yeah. Well, Ray, we want to thank you so much for agreeing to be interviewed and letting us come up here into your beautiful house here in Pandora.
Thank you.
We again want to congratulate you on being in our inaugural class of the Hall of Fame. And again, just thanks for your time.
Well, I'm glad you could come up. My wife has been working on this for days.
Good. Getting prepared.
Getting prepared.
Awesome. Well, we're so glad that you were able to be interviewed, and we're glad to give you your awards and stuff, and glad you're part of our Hall of Fame.
Thank you a lot, Jay.
Okay. Good job, Ray. Ray, here's our awards that we're giving all the Hall of Famers. This is a little something you can stick on your desk.
Well, thank you.
This wood is made out of the old benches from McBroom Gym. You remember the wooden benches on the home side?
Yes, I do.
The wood is made out of those benches. And then all the Hall of Famers get... Here is a copy of your plaque that's on the wall in the Hall of Fame.
Our next interview is a 1957 Memorial graduate, Mr. Donnie Burgess.
Donnie was a member of the legendary 55 and 56 team. He was an underclassman on those back-to-back undefeated regular season and WBL seasons. He was a sub. He was the first guard in. The Riders had a legendary backcourt, Ronnie Anderson and Louis Leininger. And so Don was a sub for those two great seasons. And then showing how good those teams were in 55 and 56, he was just a sub for them. The next year in 57, his senior year, Donnie was named first team WBL. So what an accomplishment for him. He's played on WBL, back-to-back WBL titles, a district title, played in a regional, and was all league. He also returned to St. Mary's and coached one season of varsity basketball in the 1966-67 season.
Donnie left his mark in not only St. Mary's basketball, but also area basketball for years and years. He kind of organized and headed the District 8 All-Star game, and he was in charge of that. And so a lot of people, even from other area schools, would you'd say Donnie Burgess, and they'd go, well, I'm not sure who he is, and we'd say District 8 All-Star game, and they go, oh yeah, that's who he is. So made his impact there. He even made his impact on this Hall of Fame and the production that we've had, and I'm sure that we could have a podcast just over that portion of the story, and it would be very, very lengthy, but I would be remiss if I didn't briefly tell this story today, that when Don came to do his interview, he brought with him some video from when he played in the 1950s, and that bringing those videos here kind of jump-started us into acquiring video for as many of these players as we could.
So the highlight clips that you see during the Hall of Fame ceremony are directly responsible for Donnie Burgess bringing those in.
Yeah, so had he not brought those to us, we never would have been able to do that. And so we're forever grateful. And like I said, if you ever want to hear some stories about the journey
those films took
to
be restored,
and the people that we came in contact with and the people that we dealt with, not just here, but we were all the way to New York and even had some contact in Los Angeles, and the Spencers were just instrumental in getting that work done. But it all started with Don Burgess, and now here is Don and his interview.
Okay, our next player broadcast in our Hall of Fame feature is a Roughrider legend from way back. From the class of 1957. Today we have Donnie Burgess with us. Donnie was a first-team WBLer his senior year. He also had the distinction of playing on what I would consider the greatest team in Memorial High School history, the 56 team that concluded 2 back-to-back undefeated seasons, right, both regular season and WBL, undefeated, trip to the regional finals. Yes. Played with players like Kenzel and Graves, some of the greatest players we had in Memorial history. Right. not only was Donnie a great player and a first teamer, he also returned 10 years after graduation and coached at St. Mary's in 66, 67. So he's one of the few Hall of Famers who have returned and coached here. He joins Buzz Howard and Ray Graves in that distinction as Hall of Fame players, and came back and coached here. And Donnie also has a unique distinction in that his son played on one of our greatest teams, was a point guard on our 1993 team that made it to the state semifinals. So played here, coached here, had children who played here. So really glad to have Donnie here. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Okay. My first question for you, Donnie, is let's start with your favorite memory as a Roughrider.
Oh, without a doubt, in 1956, with Kinzel and Graves and Tip Cook and Ronnie Anderson being our main players, along with a couple others, making it all the way to the regional finals. Unfortunately, we lost one game away from making it to Columbus in the state finals, but that Columbus North team that beat us was a fantastic team with a couple of kids who played big-time college basketball. So that was my most unforgettable moment, I think.
And what makes that team, to me, the greatest team is that you were playing in the big school division.
Exactly.
People watching this video may not realize that
Yeah.
now when we have
Yeah.
4 different divisions,
Yeah.
back then there
Yeah.
was 2.
Yeah.
And St. Mary's happened to be in the big
Yeah.
school division.
Yeah.
And we probably had about 500 students
And
or so,
And we
Columbus probably had a couple thousand students in their
exactly.
high school.
And we beat Findlay High School, and we beat Toledo Macomber to get there. And so those were huge schools. And coming from St. Mary's, we had a hard time finding the Toledo field house to get there.
It was at the old Toledo field
It
house.
was, exactly.
In doing research for the Hall of Fame, I've come across articles from that tournament run.
Okay.
Do you remember, some of the articles mentioned that I think it was 6 or 7 Greyhound buses
Oh, yes.
were reserved
Oh,
by
yes.
St. Mary's townspeople.
Students and townspeople
'Cause
followed us.
At that time, not everyone had cars.
Exactly.
Or maybe not cars they trusted to go all the way to Toledo back
And it was
then.
a long way, and it was even longer then
Right.
to get there. So it was a trip. And most people, and the team, of course, had to stay overnight.
That had to be quite a spectacle to see
It was.
not only your team bus, but 6 or 7
Greyhound
Greyhound buses and
buses.
cars.
Exactly.
Kind of reminiscent of Hoosiers
Exactly.
movie where there's a whole
Exactly.
stream of lights
Yeah, yeah.
following you all the way to
Right.
Toledo and back. So
Yeah.
that had to be a
And I remember
just
the
an
team.
unbelievable time.
I remember the team and the coaches. It was the first time for many of us to be on a Greyhound making a trip like that. And so most of us were checking out the windows and thinking, boy, here, where are we now? And
yeah. That was
and-
true
oh,
March Madness.
it
in
was.
St. Mary's.
It really was.
Wow.
And to know the fans were following us, and they were great.
Right.
They
And the
were great.
newspaper articles talked about having a couple thousand St. Mary's
Exactly,
fans made the trip
exactly,
all the way to Toledo,
Exactly. I think we had bigger crowds than some of our opponents.
which were humongous
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Speaking of that team, the coach on that team is John Stuckey, one of our all-time winningest coaches.
Exactly.
Do you have any favorite memories of him or his style?
Oh, I think the only thing that I really, he was a great coach, unbelievable. In fact, he was pretty much Coach Stuckey, or Coach Stuckey, whichever way you go, who got me interested in education. I was going to be a journalist. I wanted to be a sports writer, but my association with Coach Stuckey was so great and so strong that I changed my mind the senior year of my high school year and decided I think maybe I want to go into education and be a basketball and baseball coach, which that's what happened.
Was he a strict disciplinarian?
He was a disciplinarian. I wouldn't say he was overly strict, but yes, he was a disciplinarian. We had rules, but all of us had so much good feelings for Coach Stuckey that we followed whatever he said.
was a lot of respect.
Whatever he said, we adhered to. Yes.
And he had what turned out to be 3 Division I basketball players.
Oh.
Tippy went to Ohio University.
Exactly. Ray Graves.
Ray Graves was a Hall of Famer at the Citadel.
Exactly.
Kenzel played at Air Force Academy.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
what a great team, and
Yeah.
sounds like a great coach to,
Yeah.
to lead them.
And all of those guys that we're mentioning were just not only super basketball players, football players, baseball players, but they are also just friends. Our teams just hung together so strongly, and that made things even more enjoyable.
Great. We'll go a little bit further back than that. When you were a young boy growing up in St. Mary's, was there a player that you emulated, idolized, that you go, boy, I want to be like him when I grow up?
Oh, most definitely. Dean Cook lived right across the back alley from me. And of course, he had 2 younger brothers, Neil and Dave, who I was very friendly with. But Dean was still around a good part of the time. And he went on to Ohio State and was a Buckeye.
Several-year
and an
starter.
outstanding Buckeye. And then, as things would work out, my dad was a personnel manager at Goodyear here in St. Mary's. My dad got a hold of Dean and gave him a job up in Akron with the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company.
Goodyear, he ended up doing a 40-year career
He did,
with the Goodyear
and
Corporation.
he played for the Goodyear Wingfoots. So
Semi-pro team.
to answer your question, Dean Cook definitely was my hero.
And him being a point guard type player,
Exactly.
your position probably made it even more.
Exactly. And I got to know Dean through his brothers and his family. We were on a first name basis, and whenever he would come home from Ohio State or wherever, we would talk and exchange basketball stories and so forth. So yeah, Dean Cook was amazing.
That's awesome.
In my younger days.
And he's our first Hall of Famer, so
Good.
on the board, you're
Good
going to be
one.
up there right beside your boyhood idol. So
Tremendous.
that's neat how
Tremendous.
things have come full circle.
Tremendous.
He
Thank
would
you.
be proud of his protege.
I thank you for helping out along those lines.
Sure. Donnie, who would you consider the best players that you played with or against? Ones that come to mind as...
Oh, yeah. The one that really sticks out, of course, here at St. Mary's, Ray Graves and John Kenzel, Louis Lanier, Ronnie Anderson, Tip Cook. That starting 5 that year were just tremendous players, and they proved it. They went on to college. They all played in college and were very successful. But the one player who really sticks out in my mind was Larry Siegfried. And
Shelby Whippets?
A lot of the people will not remember that name, but he was an all-stater at Shelby High School, and then went on to Ohio State, and
Hall of Famer at Ohio State.
was a Buckeye, and then eventually played basketball for the Boston Celtics.
He was so Ohio State Hall of Famer, had his jersey retired, I think, at Ohio State.
I think you're right.
Played with the great Celtic teams when they won like
Exactly.
9 out of 11 championships.
And he was a standout.
And he was a standout for the Celtics,
Yeah.
was an all-star there
Yeah.
several years.
So I feel very honored to be able to say that I got to play against Larry Siegfried, although just for a short time, because that's when I was a junior and just coming off the bench. But I got to play against Larry Siegfried for a couple of minutes.
And you beat Shelby in
yes,
the
we did. Semifinals.
semifinals.
That got us into the finals with Macumber, Toledo Macumber.
And I'm sure that was considered quite an
Oh,
upset, because Siegfried would have been the
he
player of the
He was
state.
the player of the year. He
player-
was the player of the year in Ohio.
Right, he was the most
Yes.
talked about player in the tournament, so I'm sure everybody
Yeah.
thought Shelby was going to
Yeah.
steamroll this little
No,
St.
no.
Mary's team.
No. And we did well after that with Macumber. And then we ran into Columbus North.
Right.
And we just, in the regional finals, we got our lunch there.
Yeah, end of the run.
Yeah.
Don, my last question to you, what does it mean to you to be in the inaugural Hall of Fame class? What does it mean to be on that wall with those other
Mike,
players?
When I received the word from you about that, I thought, what an unbelievable honor to be put in that position. So to answer your question, that's got to be one of the high points of my athletic in life. period in life to be honored here in St. Mary's, Ohio, my old hometown, knowing what I know and the feelings and the history that I have here in St. Mary's. To get that honor, it's just fantastic. Thank you very much.
Oh, we're glad to do it. I can't wait for the night to happen and to watch your sons and grandson and granddaughters
Exactly.
watch Grandpa come out there and
Exactly.
receive that award.
And my wife Connie and I
right.
will be very honored for all of that also.
Okay.
Very
Well,
proud.
Donnie, thanks for your time and your recollections of the past, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank for all of you who are doing all of this for us.
Our pleasure.
Our next interview from the class of 1961 is the third Graves from the Hall of Fame. We had Gene, Ray, and now Claude. And Claude was the one person that when we were writing intros for the actual ceremony, I had to do some rewrites. Once we found the film that Don Burgess brought in, because I had assumed that Claude was like his brothers, that Claude was a
big, strong inside post player.
Postman, and had inside game. And suddenly I started breaking down game film, and Claude's playing the point. So we had to kind of shift our focus a little bit on the interview, or on the introductions, and go with a new strategy, point guard, slasher, running the show from out front.
Claude what was part of a WBL championship team, 1960-61. He paired with another Hall of Famer, Robert Buzz Howard, on that great team. One thing I think we have to mention about Claude, he is one of only 3 Roughriders to ever play in the Ohio North-South game. The North-South game is basically the most prestigious high school basketball all-star game in the state of Ohio. And so Claude was the very first Roughrider to ever play in that game. He was followed later by Adam Johns and eventually Mark Ashman as the only 3 to ever play in the Ohio North-South game. So that was quite an accomplishment on his part. After graduation, we have to mention Claude's accomplishments in college. He went on to Wittenberg University in Springfield, Ohio, a Division III college. He was a 4-year letterman and a 3-year starter there. Team MVP. He was all OAC conference, which is one of the greatest small college basketball conferences in the nation. Won 3 consecutive OAC titles. In '63, he played in the NCAA championship game, small college championship game, which they lost on a half-court buzzer shot. How would you like to lose a national title on a half-court buzzer shot? And Claude is still bitter about that shot going, and it banked. He said it banked and went in. An incredible career in high school and college. After college, Claude came back and was another of a series of players, Hall of Fame players, who came back and coached here. He coached 1 season in 1967-68 at Memorial.
So here we are, interview Claude Graves.
Today we're here with one of our Roughrider legends, Hall of Famer, from the class of 1961. This is Claude Graves. Welcoming him back to St. Mary's. Claude played on the 1961 WBL championship with his teammate Buzz Howard. And then a couple things about Claude I want to mention. Claude not only was with his WBL accolades, Claude holds the distinction of being one of only 3 Roughriders to ever play in the North-South game. Claude, Mark Ashman, and Adam Johns are the only 3 Roughriders ever to get that accolade, so it's quite an accomplishment. Claude also, after graduation, went and had a very successful and decorated career at Wittenberg University in Springfield. He was a 3-year starter, all OAC performer, played on a national runner-up team at Wittenberg. So not only did Claude have a great high school career, but also a great college career. So we're very happy to welcome Claude into our Hall of Fame.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. It's nice to be here. It's nice because I'm able to come here and also then meet some of my former classmates for my 60th year reunion
Right.
from 1961. So
Okay.
it's a great day for me.
Claude, do you have any special memories about that 61 championship team? You and Buzz Howard
You know,
were in the WBL?
yeah, actually, our team was a team. We didn't have anyone who was exceptional in terms of talent and that type of thing, but we had 6 or 7 good ball players. We were an all-senior team, and Buzz, of course, was one of the very, very good players we had. But it was a fun team to play with because we liked each other, and we had been together for so many years playing, so it was a lot of fun.
Great. And a lot of people, St. Mary's people may not realize, in the 50s and 60s, basketball was king in St. Mary's. We had a very long standing tradition of being a WBL power in
You bet.
basketball.
We were, and it was fun to be a part of that tradition.
Right.
We took a lot of pride in that.
Speaking of that tradition, Claude, who, as a boy growing up, who did you look up to? Who was kind of a role model when you watched Roughrider basketball
Well,
in
you
the
know,
50s
it
and
was
60s?
kind of nice because, of course, I grew up in a basketball family, and I had 2 older brothers, Gene and Ray, both of whom
Who are both Hall of Famers.
who were both Hall of Famers, and both had very, very elite careers while in high school. Gene led the team in scoring for a couple of years. Anyway, I was able to use them as my role models in terms of that's what I wanted to aspire to and that kind of thing. So and then in terms of, I wasn't as tall as them, of course. Gene was 6'6", Ray was 6'5". I was 6'1". I ended up really spending a lot of time with Al Cook. Al, who was a special guard who played for St. Mary's a few years before I did, but who was really willing to take time to show me things, teach me things, and play with me. And so
Al's also being inducted,
Al is also
with you.
in the Hall of Fame. So
died in a tragic car
he
accident.
did, very young. He was a
Too young,
guy. Yeah. So Al was another one who I looked up a great deal to.
Claude, it has to give you a lot of pride to see, if you look at our Hall of Fame plaques in the hallway, there's 40 people in the Hall of Fame, and 4 of them have the last name Graves. I mean, your family is very much the first family of basketball in St. Mary's. That has to give you a lot of pride to see.
It does. It does. I
family
mean,
up there.
it was always interesting, particularly afterwards, to think about that. But when I again watched Ray and Gene, and then I came along and don't even compare to them in terms of talent. But then Ray's son David ended up playing here and having a terrific career, and it's a source of pride for me that we were able to be a family of successful basketball players.
Talk just briefly, your memories of playing at Wittenberg. You were an all-OAC performer. I think you won 3 OAC championships during your 4 years.
We did.
A national runner-up. I mean, you were a small college national power during the time you were there.
Yes, and what's interesting, of course, I came from St. Mary's, and it's a small town. And when you go to college, as I did, I was also young. I was only 17 when I started at Wittenberg. And I can still remember going to the first practice, and they had a 7-footer, they had a 6'10" guy, and then we had just terrific athletes, and I was just wowed by.
Welcome to college.
Yeah, welcome to college basketball. But it ended up being a good thing. I actually played for Ray Mears for a year, and then Eldon Miller for 3 years.
And for Roughrider fans who may be watching, Ray Mears eventually goes and becomes a Hall of Fame coach at the University of Tennessee.
Correct.
Very famous coach in the SEC. And Eldon Miller, who coached your senior year, right?
Now he coached my last 3 years.
Last 3 years, okay. Eldon Miller later winds up at Ohio State
Exactly.
coaching the likes of Clark Kellogg.
Exactly.
So two very successful Division I coaches eventually. So
So
that had to be.
I enjoyed my college career, and frankly had a chance once again to play with great players. That's why we had very good teams. We had great players and unselfish people, and I learned a lot playing at that level. And the thing I would pass on to anybody who's interested in playing basketball, it takes a lot to get wherever you want to go. You've got, number one, set goals, both personal and team goals, but you also need to work your rear end off to get there. You've got to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's what happened at Wittenberg for me.
Good. What did it mean to you when you found out you were going to be in the inaugural class of 40 Hall of Famers?
I'll tell you, Mike, I was very humbled by the fact that I was selected to be a member of the inaugural class for the St. Mary's Memorial High School Basketball Hall of Fame. It's one of the highlights in my life that's
well
occurred,
deserved.
and I appreciate that a great deal. And I think about, again, it brings back to me all the players that when you and I looked on the board and saw the 40 players there, how much pride all those men ought to have from being selected to the Hall of Fame here. So I'm and the other thing I would want to say is I want to thank you and Kelly for all the work you did with the Hall of Fame committee to create this inaugural.
It's been a labor of love.
Effort. And because it means a lot to me, and I'm sure to the other candidates, but also it'll mean a lot to those who come after us. So thank you very much for that.
And that's why we're doing it.
Great.
It's a well-deserved honor. Well, Claude, thank you very much for coming in and agreeing to be interviewed. And welcome officially to the St. Mary's Basketball Hall of Fame.
My pleasure, and thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Our next Hall of Fame interview is Dave Williams from the class of 1965. And the one thing that struck me about Dave Williams when I met him for the first time was his stature, because everyone that we had talked to had talked about how great of an athlete he was, and
How great a looking athlete he was.
and talked about him dunking. And of course, dunking was illegal. But obviously during practice, they're getting a little experimentation with the dunk. And when I met him for the first time, I was expecting this 6'4" giant. If you look at his picture, he's muscular and really athletic looking, and he was 6 foot-ish. And I thought, wow, what a tremendous athlete. And Mike, you'll talk about his athletic accomplishments, and he's like Memorial's version of Jim Thorpe. He could do it all.
Yeah, he was a two-time All-WBL basketball player. He won a WBL title in 1963 and 64. He has a couple records that still stand, since 1965. That's impressive. Most points in a game, 43, which he scored against Van Wert his senior season. And then maybe the most impressive, he has the highest per game average for a career at 19.5. I mean, he literally averaged 20 points a game for his career, which is obviously extremely impressive. After high school, this is getting into the Jim Thorpe description of Dave, he went to the University of Southern California on a diving scholarship. Now, I'd have to believe he's the only St. Mary's person to ever go into a D1 scholarship for diving. That group can't be very large. He went out there for a year, in his own words, got a little homesick, and so transferred to Ohio State, where he played college baseball. Now, how many people can be a Division I diver and be a pitcher at Ohio State? It's an amazing college career.
He could obviously do it all. And this process, this Hall of Fame process, allowed us to meet Dave, and what a really interesting guy, and I was just thrilled to meet him for the first time. Drove up from Florida,
Tampa, Florida, all the way from Tampa
to I think he was here for a class reunion. Stepped in here for the interview, so here we go, Dave Williams.
All right, Rider Nation, we're here introducing you to some more of our Hall of Fame inductees tonight. We are privileged to have with us tonight one of the great Roughrider legends. We're going to take a trip back to 1965 for this Hall of Famer. Wow. 55 years ago, he roamed the court at McBroom. His name's Dave Williams, and he's traveled up from Tampa, Florida to visit with us. So first, I guess we want to thank you, Dave, for stopping by and talking to us.
Oh, sure. I appreciate the opportunity. I love it coming up. I usually get up here 2 or 3 times a year just to see friends, and we have our 55th reunion coming up, which is why I'm up here this time.
Okay. Just to maybe give a little information to the fans out there, Dave, like I said, was a graduate of the class of 65. He was a 2-time first-team All-WBLer. His junior year, St. Mary's won the Western Buckeye League and wouldn't win another one for 17 more years. He holds, his claim to fame probably is that he still holds 2 Roughrider records. He holds the record for most points in a single game at 43. That record has stood for 55 years. And he also holds the record for the highest per game average in Roughrider history. His career average was 19.5 points per game. So 2 high scoring records that he still holds. So I guess my first question, Dave, is give us a favorite memory from your career.
Oh, wow.
From your playing days.
I don't really have a specific game. I remember a lot of individual things. I remember Coach Taylor always being amazingly calm, much calmer than anyone else. We didn't win a lot of games, I know, my senior year, which was disappointing. But I wasn't really aware of the crowd noise. And I remember one game, and it was an away game, I can't even remember where it was an old gym, that it was just thunderous. And it was a close game, and I think we won. Not positive, but I just remember a thunderous crowd, and that was about the only time I ever remember the crowd really getting into the game and getting us going.
What comes to your mind when you think of McBroom Gym?
Oh, it seemed to be one of the newer gyms that we played in at the time. I mean, we played in some old gyms where, the basket was here and the wall was about this far away from it. But I always liked the gym. It was nice. I remember we weren't allowed to walk on it in street shoes. That was one of the big things.
I've heard that was a rule that some people enforced through the years.
Yes.
You weren't allowed to walk street shoes there, so they were very respectful of the floor.
Right. And that was one of Taylor's big things. We could not do that.
After graduation, I think it's fascinating. You end up attending USC.
Yes.
Walking on as a diver.
Correct.
How did you get hooked up? Please tell us the story of how you go from McBroom Gymnasium in St. Mary's, Ohio to the diving team at USC.
We had a summer team in St. Mary's. I can't even remember when it started, but I dove there probably about 5 years. And for the area, I was pretty good. And I really liked California. There was, a lot of good things going on in California, and I kind of wanted to get away from St. Mary's, being 18 and not too smart. And I just went out there and I walked on. They had a tremendous swim team. They were one of the best swim teams in the nation at the time, but they had very little diving, and there were just 3 of us. There was myself, one of the state AAU champions from Ohio, and a 3rd diver. And I spent, 6 months learning the dives I should have learned
in high
ages
school.
ago, yes, in high school, but we didn't have a high school team at the time. So, but I caught on real quick, and I just really had a good time out there diving.
So it was a good experience, even though you only stayed a year.
Very much
You were
so.
glad you did that.
Yes,
that
very
you went.
much so. Because I ended up, you know, I get into this later, but I ended up coaching high school swimming and diving in Florida for 35 years. And just enjoyed every bit of it. My last season actually was last year, and my one little girl took first in the state.
Wow, that's great.
I was happy about that, yes.
So a year at USC, and then you returned to St. Mary's.
No, I returned to Ohio State.
Okay.
I returned to Ohio State. And I started playing baseball at Ohio State. And because I was a transfer student, I basically had to play freshman ball my second year there. And then the following year, we went to Miami for spring training, and I just threw my arm out. And that was kind
You were a
of the end.
pitcher?
Yeah, I was a pitcher. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was a pitcher, and that kind of ended my baseball career then. So there were, you know, it was back. There was no surgeries or anything like that. So, you know, you can't throw the ball hard anymore. Go away.
And
So
talking
I
to
did.
some of the, doing some research on you here in town, talking to some of the baseball people, several of them commented on how hard you threw.
Yeah.
It said you said not always accurately, so sometimes a little wild, but threw they estimated at least upper 80s probably.
Yeah. Again, we didn't
Of
have
course, they
any.
they didn't
yeah,
worry
we
about
didn't have
guns
that
back
kind
then.
of stuff, So yeah.
But quite a testament to your athleticism to have basketball records. You're a diver at USC. You're a pitcher at Ohio State. That you should be very proud of your.
I really loved
versatility.
it, and even now, believe it or not, we still play baseball, men's fast pitch baseball.
Do you really?
Yeah, we're in a age group program in Clearwater. I play in a 55 and over league, and then in Fort Myers they have what they call a Roy Hobbs World Series, and there's teams from all over the country, and I play on a 65 league and a 70 league. And I pitch.
Does your arm still?
Still works, yeah.
Mine does. I was a pitcher in college, and mine does not work. It's shut down.
And they talked about you know, not always accurately. I got thrown off the pitcher's mound one time because I hit 4 batters in one game. And after that, they said, you know, go away.
These guys don't heal as fast in the 55 and over
That's
league.
true. That's true.
That's a little bit more of an issue.
But I felt bad because I think the 4th guy I hit to, it was with a changeup. And it was a little blooper change. Like a deer in the headlights, the guy stood there and let it hit him.
So post college, after Ohio State, your first teaching job was in Florida.
Yes. I actually went and worked for a living after I left Ohio State. I worked for Nabisco. I ended up buying and owning an auto parts store for a few years. And then I moved to Florida in '79 and finished my degree at the University of South Florida. And then I graduated in '81 after, 15-year college career, I guess. Anyway, and then '81 I started teaching. I taught middle school for 2 years, and then
Tampa, always in the Tampa area
Yeah.
where you live now?
Right. Anyway, they started Tarpon Springs High School, which is just north of Clearwater, began a age group began a high school swim program. They did not have one up to that point. And I was coaching an age group team at the time. And the athletic coordinator at Tarpon called and says, "Hey, you want to come up here and start our swim team?" I said, "Sure."
Wow.
35 years later, I gave it up.
That's impressive.
But yeah, it was fun. I did both swimming and diving at the time. So, and the last 3-4 years, I only did diving. So, but I enjoyed it. It was nice because I was a math teacher, and of course everybody loves math.
Yeah.
But you get the
Not
kids.
as much as they love English.
Come on. That's true. My wife was an English teacher. Anyway, it was nice because it was so much different on the pool deck with the kids. You know, it was just a whole different atmosphere.
yeah.
You know, the kids wanted to be there, and I occasionally was not too nice to them, and nobody got too upset about it. But we had some good teams.
Well, we are super glad that you could stop in. This is great. Getting interviews out of the way. Doug's going to have a lot of interviews to do.
Okay.
The night of.
The night of. So yeah, being able to get some of them done now is great. And
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
yeah,
And
congratulations. We know it's way overdue. Getting this done and getting you inducted, but congratulations for it.
well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It brings back a lot of memories of high school careers and high school in general and kids that you run into. So thanks again.
Great. Well, thanks for coming in.
Okay.
From the class of 1965, Mr. Dave Williams. Our next interview from the class of 1981, Tom Petter. Tom is what I would consider the most pure point guard of all of our Hall of Fame members.
You're leaving Doug Spencer off of that list?
Although Doug is the king of the full court pass.
Tommy Petter couldn't make a full court inbounds pass like Doug Spencer.
Yes, on the run.
But Tommy's overall the most pure. Sorry, Doug.
To Derek Turner on the run for finishes. But Tom, great passer, tremendous ball handler, and the king of the pull-up jump shot. Played on a very high scoring team and
Highest scoring team in Roughrider history.
Roughrider history, and again another athlete who was a three-sport athlete and excelled in everything. And Mike, why don't you tell us about all of his accomplishments?
Yeah,
because the list is extensive.
I think Tommy would be most proud of the WBL title. First title, and there was a 17-year drought from the Dave Williams teams to the Tommy Petter teams, paired with the great Damon Goodwin in as you said, a very high-scoring Roughrider team, and won the WBL title in 1981. He was a two-time All-WBL player. He still owns numerous records that have stood since 1981. He is first in assists for career, assists in a season, average assists per game. Basically owns every passing record that we have that's worth holding here at Memorial. So very decorated point guard. He went on and continued his athletic career at Heidelberg University in Tiffin, Ohio, Division III school. While at Heidelberg, had a tremendous record of playing multiple sports. He was a three-sport letterman, earning 8 total letters at Heidelberg. It's not often that people can play 3 sports at the collegiate level. He was a 3-year letterman in basketball, 4-year letterman in baseball, and a 1-year letterman in soccer. He was the baseball team MVP twice. Tommy is probably most proud, I think. He played on the 1984 NCAA Division III Sweet 16 team at Heidelberg. And I'm not sure, but I think that may be as far as they've ever advanced in the NCAA tournament. So I'm sure he would be very proud of that. And he was inducted into their Athletic Hall of Fame as a member of that Sweet 16 team. So quite a high school career and quite a collegiate career for Mr. Petter.
Point guard extraordinaire, Tom Petter.
Next up in our Hall of Fame interviews is Dr. Thomas Petter. I'm going to preface this interview a little bit. I'm going to say that, in my opinion, based on paper and eye, we're sitting next to the greatest point guard in MHS history. The paper test that he passes, he is the all-time assist leader here at Memorial, and by a margin of over 50 assists, which, if you know anything about assists, that's a large margin. He also has 3 of the 4 single-season assist records. He, as a point guard, led his team to the WBL championship in '81, which broke, I think, a 17-season drought in WBL titles. He then went on to college at Heidelberg and played the position in college and played a part in leading his team to the Sweet 16 in the NCAA Division III. So that's the paper test on my assertion on why I think you're the greatest point guard. The eye test is my wife and I spent a lot of time looking at games from all eras doing research for the Hall of Fame. We've watched, I think, 6 of your senior year games and a couple of your junior year games. And between the two of us, with over 40 years of assistant coaching in basketball, when we watched you on film, you passed the eye test as well. You could drive, you could shoot, you could pass, you could defend, you were a hustler, you were a leader. So based on the paper test and eye test, just wanted to give you the compliment that we both consider you the best point guard we've seen here at Memorial.
That's very kind.
And thank you very much for coming.
Yes.
Thank you for having me, and that's really a very kind thing to say. I probably heard myself say that out loud, but I've a whole lot of other people say that, so I really appreciate that. And the fact that I got to play in McBroom Gym and with great players and great coaches and great teams and really great fans. Those years that we played in McBroom, we had great crowds. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Speaking of McBroom Gym, Tom, what would be your best memory of McBroom? You know, whether it's a game or just something about the gym itself. When you think McBroom Gym, what comes to mind?
In the second half, if we had a run of possessions where we got the ball off the board and we ran up the court, the fans would stand when we ran. Like if the game was starting to get out of hand in our favor, that was a pretty exciting place to be. And I can remember just feeling the energy in the gym during the game. It was just a tremendous place to play. And then outside of the game action, just the beauty of the gym, even from a distance, the skylights in the distance when you were driving up to the game. As a kid, I walked up or drove up with my dad to the game. I could see the skylights. I knew a game was on that night.
Yep.
And in getting there at twilight and then watching just the gym come to life with light and fans and music, it was pretty special.
Was there a gym outside of St. Mary's that you particularly enjoyed playing in? Is there any opponent place?
Really? I played twice in Salina's Fieldhouse. And I'm sure it's gone now. Is that correct?
They are still playing
They're
in
still
the
playing.
Fieldhouse.
I'm
It's
sorry.
been renovated. And
No, I didn't mean any disrespect to Salina Bulldog friends. But,
well, we don't care if you did anyway, to be honest.
But it was the tiers of seats and just the feel of it. It felt like later in my career when I was coaching in Indiana, it felt like an old school Indiana gym. And I like to go in there and play. And I like to go in there and win, but that only happened once.
Yeah.
The team that Salina had when I was a sophomore was quite good. But the senior year, the run to the championship, we handled Salina pretty good that night.
Was that championship year, would that be your greatest memory in terms as a player or team member?
That is a great question, and I would say, of course, yes, because all the boys on that team and I spent really years and summers working for that with a lot of people in the community to get to the point that we could compete at that level. But the greatest memory I have in McBroom Gym is winning our first game as a sophomore, and that was 8 games in. So before Hirschberger came in the fall of 78, is that right? Fall of 78, 79 would have been his first season. We were 1-37 and had lost quite a few games in a row. And then we lost 8 in a row under his tenure. But we won our first game, and we actually swept a weekend series with Bath and Elida. And it was like we won the state championship that night. We won. And I can remember just feeling, and there's pictures of it. You can see them in the archives maybe. And if you don't have one, I'll get you one. But that was a pretty special weekend, winning.
The title had to be more meaningful for you and your teammates because of how bad we were before that. From where you came to finally, climb the proverbial mountain and win a title, it had to make it more meaningful.
It made it a lot more meaningful for me because I can't really speak for the other players because I don't really know what was in their mind about their thinking about the past teams. But I was invested in the past teams because I went to the games. I played with a lot of the boys in the summer. I knew them. And I saw them losing. I didn't like it. I wanted to do something different. And I had a core group of people in my life that really encouraged me to do something with basketball in St. Mary's. And So it really did have a huge impact on me, the past. Not only the immediate losing of
Right.
the late 70s, but the winning. And Bryce Brenneman and I have talked about this quite a bit. And, the teams that were really good teams, like the Miracle 76 team, with Gillis and Cisco and Bloomhorse and Heaston and Fannin and Dietz and on.
Yeah.
That was a really great boys basketball team. And they didn't win many games. They didn't win all of their games like Delphus did that year.
And that was a team you grew up watching as a boy.
I did, but they were better than Delphus and didn't win all their games. Like the competition level in the region in that period was really, really steep. And so a lot of teams, like our team in '81 that was 11-10, really good basketball team. And we played some really good basketball teams we lost to. As I mentioned on the championship picture, the text on the back is we lost to 3 non-champion teams that year and beat all the champions in a 6-3 co-championship shared with 4 teams. And 3 other teams were 5-4. The math on that's really hard to do, right? Like there's 7 really good teams in the Western Buckeye League that year, all of whom beat each other's brains out on Friday and Saturday night. That's a little graphic, but like when we went into that last weekend and lost to Ottawa, Delphus lost to Defiance by 1. And we had beaten Defiance handily. And I was in foul trouble. So those teams were all really quite good and very evenly balanced with lots of good players. It was a great season.
So that era, lots of competition, lots of parity within the league, within the area, I'm sure as well.
Yes.
Seeing some of the MAC schools that were on our schedule. Describe how our style of play was then. Obviously, basketball changes through the decades, styles and techniques and things. What was St. Mary's basketball like at that time, and how did Tom Petter fit into that technique?
That's a great question, Coach. The statistic is that we were the highest scoring team in St. Mary's history.
Correct.
I think over 78 points per game,
Correct.
which is really unheard of.
Right.
Just think of it now.
Right.
Even. And that's before the 3-point line.
Right.
And on the team that I played on, Damon and Schmidtmeyer and I were all throwing bombs up from way outside. And I don't know if you could watch the tape of those games in that year, how many more points we would have scored.
Had 5 or 6 points a game at a minimum.
So we wanted to score and outscore the opponent. And Coach Hirschberger, Paul Hirschberger, taught us a really good half-court offense. But the main idea was to get it off the glass and go to the other end and take the best shot possible, just to beat the other team down the floor.
The quickest and the fastest.
Yes. Yeah. And we had some good athletes, and I was fast. So we got down the floor fast. We took a lot of shots. We had a lot of turnovers. I made my share of them. Some good passes that went off hands and some bad passes. But we went out every night to score more points and to have fun. And I don't know if that's the case anymore. Even as a coach myself, I focused a lot more on defense than I ever did as a player. I learned that as a player later in college.
Right.
And then as a coach myself, that I couldn't make a team without the right players in my own image. I had to coach to the talent I had and adapt to it. But Coach Hirschberger saw what he had, and he wanted to run, and we did. Oh, how many points a game did we give up? If we averaged 78, I think it was 74.
You were in the 70s.
So it wasn't like any purist in the stands that night, and there were plenty of them in St. Mary's. They're like, those boys don't play any defense, and that's not true. We tried, but we never practiced defense or really talked much strategy about it. We guarded our man, and we tried to rebound. We did have some discipline, if you watch the tape, blocking out. Like we really did challenge shots and block out. But in terms of having a really deep conceptual framework for defense, we didn't.
My next question, I'm going to answer the first part myself. The question was going to be, who was the best player you ever played with? Obviously, Damon Goodwin is the answer to that. One of the better players in Northwest Ohio history, probably, in terms of statistics.
Yeah.
What was it like playing with Damon, being his point guard? His junior year was just,
Well, yeah.
and senior year were phenomenal statistics.
It may be different on other teams, but the team that year, my junior year with Damon as a sophomore, and then my senior year with Damon as a junior, we were very good friends. We spent a lot of time outside of school playing basketball together. And he was on the football team and the starting quarterback for Coach Bachman his junior year on that really good team that my senior class had. So he was busy all fall, but we had been playing basketball a lot. We just didn't know, nobody really knew how good he was. I knew he was good.
Until he exploded on
And
the
I
scene
knew he
in
was
his junior year.
6'5", but that year, a couple of games in, he started doing things in the games that I didn't know he could do. Like against Sydney, they had a really tremendous team that year. We had a very good game against them, very competitive, but we lost. But a couple of times down the court, we were on the fast break, and I was giving him the ball on the wing, and he was shooting jumpers from 15 on the run, on a dime, stopping and going straight up with it. And you know how pure that was when you watch the UD tape, right? Like when he's playing at UD and his development as a player all the way to the pro draft in 86. Just a tremendous player. And then also not just good at shooting, which he became known for at UD, but just really good, intuitive, instinctual around the basket. So you've seen some of the tape of him.
Great offensive rebounder.
Stealing rebounds,
Yeah.
tipping the ball away, getting it and putting it back in, getting fouled. I mean, all of that stuff happened, and it happened in lightning speed. So we're November losing 3 of our first 5 games, or 4 of our first 5. And then in February, winning almost every time out, and him scoring almost 30 points a game. So it was quite a metamorphosis, and very exciting to be part of.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he's the best player I played with, probably even through college. So, but there were also some other great players at St. Mary's I played with before Damon came along. For instance, Dave Graves and Mike Weber, and Jeff Sisko was the best athlete I ever played basketball with. He was just good at every sport. And I was fortunate enough to be able to play baseball and basketball with Jeff and develop a friendship with him during those years. So a lot of great players, but Damon, yeah.
Right. Now, that's the best player you played with. Is there 1, 2, maybe 3 players that you played against in high school that pop into your mind right away that made an impression?
Well, I had, that's a great question, Coach, but at that time, I didn't think any of them were any good.
Better than all these guys.
I just didn't.
You didn't like them
got
even.
Scouting reports, and we went and watched them play. We'd scout it, but I didn't think. But I have to say that Shoemaker at Ottawa,
Yep.
he was a junior when I was a senior, and that Ottawa team beat us. He was very good. And then later, I played against him when he was at Defiance College, and I was at Heidelberg. Played some minutes against him. He's the best guard I played against. And I remember Bryce Brenneman coming up the week of the Ottawa game saying, you haven't played against Shoemaker before, but you know he's as fast as you. And I just laughed.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, because I hadn't met anybody like that yet, and he was. He was a very good basketball player. And of course, my senior year, Mike Hoying was very good and really worried us when we played Salina. We really worried about that. And there's a lot, like we held him to 21, which was a really low night for him. And Matt Kinkley was assigned to guard him, and he did a really nice job against him. So we also played against Andy Warner, who had a Division I career at Piqua. We won that night too on a Saturday night game. They were undefeated.
I think he went to Wright State
He did.
eventually. Played collegiate.
I saw him later at Heidelberg when we beat the defending national champion Wright State team when I was a junior, that team. So a lot of connections back and forth with Shoemaker and Warner, seeing them again in basketball, but they were pretty good, very good players. And others, Eversole at Elida, the Quartercracks brothers at Delphus were very good. So yeah, a lot of good players in the Western Buckeyes.
Interesting.
All right, so I watched a lot of game film this summer.
Wait,
Lots of game film.
Wait, I'm going to get in trouble because I didn't say Gary Jones.
Uh-oh.
Because he's going to see this on tape. And I played against Jones twice.
Who went to the University of Findlay.
Yeah, who was a very good player and scared us. And we beat them once, lost to them once. I'm so sorry, Coach.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll see him this summer, and he'll say, good thing we mentioned
You
it.
better have said that.
Yeah. I watched a lot of game film this summer, and caught some of your games from back in the day. Favorite move that you liked to do on the court, or game rituals that you would have?
I know what the ritual is.
Anything that you remember, man, I like that as a go-to.
Yeah. Well, Hirschberger put in a strong side play. So we ran a shuffle. We had 3 players on one side and 1 on the opposite. It was Schmidtmeyer on the opposite side alone. If I came to the strong side, Goodwin would come out, and he finally wound up coming out. I don't know if you saw this on film, where he was coming out and setting high post screens for me. So coming off a screen and shooting a jumper, or passing to him, or shooting a jumper off the break at the foul line, that was my favorite thing to do, especially if the crowd sensed us pulling away. If we got a breakaway and I made a shot, that was really pretty special. The game ritual,
the
pregame ritual. Well, you might think about like the sock thing with the free throws.
The free throw ritual.
But the thing about that is that the team and Coach Hirschberger gave me so many opportunities to have the ball at the end of the game, to shoot a lot of foul shots, to win games. So the team had a lot to do with that. But also, that all started my junior year, and Steve Shelby, who was a senior and on the varsity, he would hand me a towel, and he would hand me a towel. I'd wipe my hands at the bench every time I got fouled with less than 2 minutes. And Coach Hirschberger would say, it's automatic, and I agreed. I said, yeah, absolutely it is. And I missed free throws in high school, but I didn't miss any that really counted. I'm proud of that, because when I watch tape now or watch games, I'm like, you really have to make that shot. You know, like that's a really important shot. So then I would wipe my feet at my hands on my socks at the foul line and make the shot.
You would set the basketball down. Right?
I did. Well, Kyle Macy for Kentucky did that.
Yeah.
I saw him doing that, and I thought that
set the ball down, wipe.
And my hands were wet. So that's the main reason why, is that he put the ball down because his hands were wet from sweat. So I dried my hands on my sock. I didn't want my hand to slip off the ball, and my hands were already small. So I had good hand strength, and I could handle the ball. But at the end of the game, with small hands, and you have to make the shot, you want your hands to be dry.
And you have the long socks, so you have a good place.
If you watch the film, you'll note that the socks are up to your knees in the 80s. Yeah.
What basketball player, when you were young, Tommy, did you enjoy watching the most? Whether it was a role model or as a youth, as a younger boy, who did you particularly remember watching or enjoy watching?
Yeah. Well, you've read my book 50 Christmases about growing up in St. Mary's, but the team my dad took me to see in 1972 that played so hard that it was deafening. You know, Coach Graves had those boys playing defense and offense so hard and low to the ground that their Chuck Taylor squeaked. You know that sound?
Yeah.
Like the real old Chuck Taylor's, a squeak they made on the floor. That's one of my favorite things about the whole program in terms of players is the St. Mary's.
Was there a particular
players.
player that you looked to emulate?
And so later, I just was enthralled by the performance and play of several boys. I saw Louis Dietz score 36 in a game. I saw Dave Hosfeld, who was Player of the Year in '74. And then later I saw Chip Sisko and Willie Gillis just absolutely rule the backcourt against teams. Just steal the ball from them at will, score from long range, make passes, and quite frankly show off in ways that I aspired to, which I did. And it was
French pastry.
They were great players, and I really admired them and liked watching them play. And we were talking about one player who had such a huge impact on St. Mary's basketball history, who was Scott Fannin, who was a master of those baseline jumpers. And it's still etched in my memory, not only from the audio tape that Scott's family had, I think, right?
Correct.
Of that game that's been shared widely. But also, I was at that game. It's a long story about how I got there, but I was at that game and watched him really win the game in the late third quarter with those baseline jumpers. He made 4 straight.
Beating a Bob
beating
Arnzen's
Delphus.
greatest team at Delphus.
It was a great performance.
Memorial's greatest upset.
And that night, also, Steve Dietz had a huge night, especially in the first half.
21, I think.
24 points in the
first half.
Yeah, and he was in foul trouble, which really caused the game to be closer than it probably should have been, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're as we come to the close of this, we realize that we are way long overdue in inducting you into the Hall of Fame. Like, decades overdue for many of our inductees. Could you tell us what it means to you today? Again, understanding that it's way long overdue, what does it mean to you to be inducted into this inaugural class?
Well, both of you played such a huge role in that, so my thanks to you both for everything you've put into it, the Girls and Boys Hall of Fame in basketball. I understand, there's a cultural ethic in St. Mary's about, not necessarily just holding one or two people up, it takes the whole team to
Sure.
win. I learned that growing up here, and I learned that in high school. It's a very important lesson, and I think it's played out in my whole life. But it means a lot. And the old timers like me who are being recognized, it's nice to be recognized. Now, my name's on that record board because of the assists. And I challenge any boy who's watching this, who's 5, 6, or 7, or 8, or 9, or 10. It is breakable. You just have to find one All-American or 3 to play with you, like a Dave Graves or a Damon Goodwin. Or any number of boys that have come along who have been great scorers, grow up together, play basketball on the pavement in St. Mary's and in the region. We've spent a lot of time in gyms across the region playing in summers when we're welcomed by all the teams across the region in that era. I wrote about that extensively, but I don't think that's that common anymore.
No.
We played in Knoxville, and we played in at Marion quite a bit, and we played at Wapak some. We played in gyms all across the area, and probably 4 or 5 nights a week together, and that makes a team. So that's what I'd say.
Okay. Well, that brings our interview to a conclusion with Dr. Thomas Petter. Thanks again so much for coming in and being interviewed, and
Thank you for
congratulations on being inducted in our inaugural class in the Hall of Fame.
Many thanks, and my appreciation to you and the entire group who's been working on it, and to all the men and women who have been recognized. Congratulations to them.
Our pleasure.
After Tom Petter, teammate, 1 year later, Damon Goodwin. Damon is the first name that comes up when anybody talks about St. Mary's basketball. And if you take a look at the St. Mary's record books, man, his name's everywhere. It's amazing. It's amazing how many firsts he still owns, and some of those records may never be broken. I'll let you go through sort of an abbreviated list of some things, but I should say that he was a 2-time first team WBLer and Player of the Year, and one of the first that we know of as a Player of the Year in the WBL.
Yeah, a list of some of his records. Of course, at the time of graduation, he was the all-time leading scorer with 1,190 points. That's since been passed by Mark Ashman, and then more recently Derek J.
Garrett.
And
Did Garrett pass him?
no, Garrett did not pass him.
Okay.
So he stands third all-time in scoring still. He's first in points in a season, first in points per game in a season, averaging 27.7 his junior year. First in rebounds in a game with an amazing 26. First in free throws in a career with over 300 free throws in a season. One of my favorite stats, in his junior year, he had 11 30-plus point games in one season, which is absolutely incredible. And, of course, that year he was first team All-Ohio. He made one of the greatest transformations I've ever heard of. He was a sub as a sophomore, a 6-man, averaging less than 5 points a game. And then the next year, his junior year, the WBL title team with Tommy Petter in '81. He transformed into 27.7 points and 14 rebounds a game. That is amazing to go from a sub to that level of performance. So just a tremendous high school basketball career, legendary career. He would be another one that I would definitely put on the Mount Rushmore of St. Mary's basketball. He went after graduating from St. Mary's. He continued his career at the University of Dayton, and what a career he had. He was a 4-year letterman and 3-year starter. He's probably, I would guess, most proud of his 1984 NCAA tournament appearance with the Flyers, where they made it all the way to the Elite Eight, losing to the eventual national champion Georgetown Hoyas. Damon scored over 1,000 points, almost 1,200 points at Dayton. He still holds records for free throw percentage in a season at 93% and consecutive free throws at 36 in a row. He was inducted into the UD Hall of Fame in 2010. So a tremendous high school career, and continued that with a Hall of Fame career for the Flyers as well.
Inducted into the Memorial High School Alumni Hall of Fame in 2010. So Hall of Fames are obviously not new to him. He also currently stays involved in basketball. He is the head men's coach at Capital University, and he's not just filling a spot in there. He is the winningest head coach in Capital history.
Over 400.
Over 400 wins, and still going strong. Probably the hardest guy to reach for our interviews. Very busy with his son playing at Notre Dame, him coaching at Capital, getting him here for an interview was very, very difficult. And so this particular interview will take place in kind of a weird spot. It'll actually be in the baseball dugout at Casey Geiger Park.
Caught Damon coming home from a visit with his son in South Bend. He was coming through town late at night, and so
Rider Nation Station was covering
a baseball game. So we said, stop by. We'll interview you in the dugout.
And so, yes, with combining Tom Petter and Damon Goodwin, one of the highest scoring teams in St. Mary's Roughrider history, and I'm sure that Damon was one of the reasons why Tom has some of those assist records, because he was a great scorer, certainly one to put up on Mount Rushmore. So with no further delay, Damon Goodwin.
All right, we're here for another in our series of Hall of Fame interviews. This one's taking place in the dugout at Casey Geiger Park, not the typical place you'd anticipate for a basketball interview, but we're lucky enough to have Roughrider legend Damon Goodwin here with us. We're going to do a quick interview for the Hall of Fame. Damon, first, thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you all for doing this.
Appreciate your time. Damon, I just from talking to people and doing our research for the Hall of Fame, I think you probably are one of the most recognizable names in Roughrider basketball history. If you ask people in Northwest Ohio what they associate with St. Mary's basketball, I think Damon Goodwin's name is one of the first ones said.
Well, thank you, but that's probably going to change pretty soon here with Austin coming around.
You read my mind, because I said Austin Parks may have something to do with that going forward. But a lot of your success, not only here but away from St. Mary's, when people asked you where you were from, what kind of town it was, what kind of an answer do you give when you say, like, where are you from? What was your hometown like?
You know what? I say a small farm town around a big lake. And when I say the big lake up in Northwest Ohio, most people recognize where that is.
Right.
And I had a great childhood. Wouldn't change it for the world. Had great friends. Played basketball with some of those friends. And it was a special time. And it's I still try to get my family back here sometimes. Most of my family has now moved away, but we still get back every now and then, and it's a great place to grow up.
Okay. My first question, Damon, is there a particular game that you would point out to be your most memorable here at St. Mary's?
Well, there's
or a season game or
yeah,
season?
there's a couple. I think when I was a sophomore, we beat Salina in McBroom, 51-50 maybe, something like that. And one of the things I still say to people was when I was in high school, we never lost to Salina in anything. So football, baseball, and basketball when I played. So it was a good for the rivalry then. But I was a sub as a sophomore. But we had a great game. It was a great crowd, probably as loud as McBroom's ever been. And then when I was a junior, we actually got beat by Marion Local in a great game, and I got called for a charge with about 2 seconds left.
I've seen the tape of that game.
So it was a great game. They were number one in the state.
Undefeated.
In single A, I think. We had won the league. And it was a great game, great atmosphere. And
about 4 or 5 deep on the end lines, on the baselines. It was a tremendous crowd.
It was an awesome crowd, and it was a great game to be a part of.
Playing all your home games in McBroom, I got to coach there. I didn't get to play there, and I always loved the place. What's your memories of McBroom? What did you like about playing in that facility?
Well, it had an end zone, for one thing. I think that made it neat for other teams to come in and have an end zone, which you don't see a ton around here. It didn't at the time. But the other thing I always thought was special about McBroom was the court itself. The court was wood, and it had a little metal plate around it. And then outside the court, it was, help me, marble or whatever that was.
Marble, hard concrete, very hard surface.
What it was. And I thought the permanent seats on the one end where the locker rooms were underneath. I just thought it was a different venue. It was a loud venue, and
the closeness of the crowd was something I always
right all
liked.
Over people, yeah,
they were right on top of you.
Yeah, there was no room, but that's what made it so special and so unique. It was a great place, and I still do. I miss going in there. So I don't know how many years it's been now, but I couldn't make the last game. I did make a game, I think, the last year. I didn't make the last game, but in my office is the picture of the tip from the last game. So
I have that in my basement.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I have the same picture. That's
pretty cool.
It's a great shot.
Yeah.
Damon, the 81 season, when you guys win the WBL, it had been a long drought, 17-year drought since we'd last won the WBL. Any great memories come to mind from that team or that season?
Yeah, well, I think it started from the coaching staff. We had great men as coaches, and Paul Hirschberger and Mr. Bredeman, and they just did a great job. They really did, and it was a lot of fun. And I had great teammates. We had 4 seniors, and I was a junior, so we had 4 seniors and me starting. And
pulled some tremendous upsets.
We did.
Upsetting Delphus, who was a tremendous team at that time.
We did. We also had another guy that helped us, Mark Henshin. I don't know if you know Mark.
Yeah.
But Mark helped us that year, and he was a great asset for the staff and to give us a different perspective. But it was all about those 4 seniors. They banded together, and they played the right way. I think we all accepted our roles, and had a couple guys come off the bench, and Tommy Petter was certainly the guy that was the spark plug.
Fellow Hall of Famer. What a great point. I really enjoyed watching him on film. He was an excellent point guard.
Great player. Great player. I think he still has the assist record, I believe.
He does, by
St.
quite a
Mary's.
ways.
And great leader, great player, and we still stay in touch. And Steve Schmidtmeyer was a great wing shooter, and then we had Jeff Knatz and Matt Kinkley, and they did what they had to do. So it was a cool experience. If I recall right, I think Sky Shelby came off the bench a little bit. Had a great team. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Damon, is there a particular player or maybe a couple players that you remember playing against in high school? Some people that made an impression on you as boy, they were really outstanding players.
Well, Delphus had a kid named Alan Quartercracks that went down to High State and played and was dominant as far as a big man in our league, with legit 6'9" and just big, and we shared the league with them, I think, in '81, if I recall
4-way tie
correctly. I think it was a 4-way tie, and we lost our last 2 to back into it. So we had it, and we just kind of let it slip away at the end. But he was a very good player, and probably the best in our league, and that we certainly played against.
Yeah. Damon, when you were a boy growing up in St. Mary's, I'm sure you went to a lot of the basketball games. Were there particular players that you remember watching and maybe trying to emulate?
Sure. Well, my dad played, so he in the early '60s he played, and growing up we did go to the games all the time. And I think the '76 team, with I think they went to district finals, if that's correct, got beat at Ohio Northern. I remember that, but really what propelled my interest in basketball was probably Tommy Petter. As our friendship grew, because like every other kid in St. Mary's, you grow up wanting to play football.
Right.
And as our friendship grew, and Tommy, we lived close by, and we did a lot of things together, and we just liked playing basketball together, and it worked out. But Scotty Fannin, I remember, and Willie Gillis, and
The Dietzes.
the
Dietz brothers.
Dietzes, yeah. Great players and great seasons, and I was 10, 11, 12 years old at the time they were playing. So those are the guys that I recall growing up.
A question I got to ask you. Doing our research for the Hall of Fame, we looked into your stats and stuff. You went from a sub as a sophomore, averaging a couple points a game, couple rebounds a game, and your junior year, statistically, is just to me an amazing season. To go from that to first team All-Ohio, 27 points, 13 boards a game. How do you what do you credit that transformation from it? I don't think you see
Doesn't
that
happen very often,
to
yeah.
go from that many points to that many points in 1 year.
For whatever reason, I think we got it, and when I say we, I think our team got it. I probably grew 2-3 inches in that summer, and again, the friendship with Tommy and playing a lot of basketball together, and back in those days, you'd play Legion here on a Monday night, and then Tuesday night you go to Coldwater for open gym, and Wednesday night you open gym in St. Mary's, and Thursday night you may play a Legion game, and then go play at open gym someplace. Right. And I just think we developed that friendship and love for each other as basketball teammates, and for whatever reason it clicked. And it clicked for me, and I think that first game, I just felt, when I got out there, I just felt like I could do a lot of the things that I wanted to do, and those other guys got the ball to me at the right time, and they were great teammates.
All right, well, we're going to wrap it up here. Time's up. We'd like to thank Damon.
Thank you
for coming in, and congratulations on your induction. We're glad to have you in the Hall of Fame.
Thank you for all your work.
Yep, okay. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay.
For our next interview, we're going to jump 14 years into the 90s, and we're going to have, from the class of 1996, Mark Ashman. And Mark is, he's kind of like the benchmark, the measuring stick for, big measuring stick, but for all big men in Roughrider history.
He's the greatest big man in Roughrider history. Now, Austin Parks may have something to say about that. However, I'm not giving it to him yet.
Yes.
Austin's going to have to work a little bit to get that title from me.
But I would be doing Mark a disservice if I just said that Mark is all other big men compared to him, because his game was so much more. He wasn't just post guy and throw it to him and
dunk and shoot layups,
score 2 feet from the basket, and he was able to get a perimeter game. His shooting ability was just tremendous, and he had dribbling skills and he had passing skills. So he established lots of career marks. As you said earlier, he surpassed Damon for the all-time career scoring record at St. Mary's. But you can go through his list. He is definitely a writer of note.
Yeah, Mark was a two-time first-team All-WBL Player of the Year his senior year. He was also Ohio Division II Player of the Year. Him and Damon Goodwin are the only two that have ever attained that remark first-team All-State. Played in the Ohio-Kentucky All-Star game, was one of 3 people to ever play in the Ohio North-South game. So very, very decorated high school career. As you said, he had numerous records. He graduated as the all-time leading scorer. He now ranks second in career points at about 1,200. He's first in rebounds in a season, first in field goals in a season, field goals in a career, holds all the field goal percentage records, holds all of the block records. He's the St. Mary's human eraser of St. Mary's basketball. So very, very, very decorated high school career. After graduation, much like Damon, Mark decided to attend the University of Dayton. Very decorated career. He was a 4-year letterman, 4-year starter, 2-time All-Atlantic 10. At graduation, he was in the top 20 in career scoring at Dayton with almost 1,500 points in a career, top 20 rebounder in a career at the time of graduation. So great career at Dayton. He was inducted into UD's Hall of Fame in 2011 as a result. Post-college, he joined Damon in playing, or at least being recruited to play professional basketball. Damon was a 7th-round draft choice of the Phoenix Suns. Mark played European Basketball League, basketball in France for a year, and then came back and played in the CBA, which is the forerunner of today's G League. Played for the Sioux Falls Skyforce in the CBA for a while. Later, returned to the area and was the head coach of the Wright State University Lake Campus men's basketball team. So came back and contributed to the area after graduation.
Also, like Damon, inducted into the Memorial High School Alumni Hall of Fame in 2014. And without further ado, Mark Ashman.
All right, we're here with another in our series of Hall of Fame interviews. Tonight we have Mark Ashman from the class of 1996, newly inducted Hall of Famer. At the time of his graduation, he was the all-time leading scorer, as well as holding a number of other Roughrider records. So, Mark, first we want to congratulate you on getting in the Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
And got some questions we want to hit you with. My first one's going to be, who did you look up to when you were a young boy? Going to Roughrider games, was there a player, maybe a couple players that you especially remember, maybe not idolizing, but patterning your game after?
Yeah, what I remember, one of my first games was probably with the Troy Crouch era, Mike Dietz, Mike Troglin, those guys, just seeing how those plays. It might have been one of Coach United's first couple years or so. But just watching Troy Crouch play, just how hard he played and he hustled. He could shoot the ball. I really liked that. He was one of the main guys that was first introduction to Roughrider basketball. But then once I got into Little Riders, that kind of, he had graduated by then, and my coach at Little Riders was Todd Grimm.
Huh.
And just always kind of looked up to Todd. Didn't really know him, but just, doing that was just great that they could have the high school kids, the players, come down and teach us.
Yep.
And work with us. So I really looked up to Todd Grimm, I guess.
Yeah, and of course Todd Grimm later becomes the head coach at Fairborn High School.
Yep.
Down in Dayton, had a lengthy coaching career and stuff. So he got to start coaching Mark Ashman and Little Riders. That is a good story.
So yeah, I remember afterwards, I kind of ran into Todd at a party and just kind of talking and BS with him, and he remembered it. Yep, he remembered all that. So it was just fun to get back and talk a little about Roughrider basketball.
You had a unique growth pattern from Little Riders on,
Yes.
where it probably made an impact on your game because you did a lot of ball handling and a lot of guard play as a youngster.
Yes.
You were point guard as late as the freshman year, right?
Yep,
Freshman
I think
team.
so. Yeah. When we were getting pressed in junior high level, it was we need somebody to bring the ball up the court, and I was the only one that could bring the ball up the court, really. So I was dribbling the ball a lot, bringing it up. Even back before then, were taking walks just as a youngster, I would always have a basketball in my hands, just dribbling up, walking down the street with mom and dad, and just always had a ball, it seemed like. So that's one of the big keys, I think, for any young kid. But for me, as far as, obviously I was a regular size in childhood, but then once I started to grow, I still had a little bit of those ball handling skills that I could revert back to, and I think that really helped me out in college level.
Is that why your daughter was the point guard for Marion Local?
That is, yes. Yep.
Watched her this.
We keep telling her. We keep telling her you got to be able to dribble. If you can dribble, you can do anything on the basketball court.
Girls, but she was bringing the ball up the court.
And even in your Dayton career, your ability to step out and knock down perimeter shots, it was something that served you well, for sure.
Yep. Did a lot of practice on the 15, 18-foot jumper. I know at St. Mary's we ran the flex offense, so those elbow jumpers, they were pretty good to me. You had to be able to knock those down, and really never got out to the three-point line. Like kids today, they see that line once they walk on the court, and that's where they want to be. I never really got there. I was always just one step into that three-point line. So
I know that Coach Janitis did a lot of calling to college coaches when you were a junior and senior. Coaches are just the kings of getting stuff from everybody else, stealing plays and stealing offenses from everyone else. And I know that he was calling literally all over the country to get stuff to run for you. We got to be able to get Mark open. We got to get Mark shots. Your ability to step out made that a lot easier for him.
Yeah, I bet it did. That probably opened up a lot of the offense and individual plays. When somebody can step outside and be able to hit that jump shot and also go inside, it makes you tough to guard.
Speaking of Coach Janitis, do you have any favorite Coach Janitis stories, or maybe just his impact on you as a player, having him as your coach through high school?
Well, back in the younger days when I was just in the stands watching him when we first came to St. Mary's, it's kind of intimidating when he's giving the stares to the refs and the red face and the eyes are bugging out. It's like, wow, I'm going to have to play for that guy. But, yeah, he's pretty intense. Really enjoyed him, though. He did a lot for me for the recruiting part of it. Can't thank him enough for that. But just a story I remember, I think we're at the Salina game at the field house, probably my junior year. Of course, you didn't get any calls over there, and he got upset. He got the red face going and stomping on the ground and all that stuff. And I think he might even have got a technical. And next thing you know, Tic Tacs came out.
He
shattered everywhere.
Fired his Tic Tac container into the ground.
Yep.
Now, do you remember who had to go out and pick up Tic Tacs?
I do, yes.
The assistant coaches got the job of scurrying around the court, picking up little pellets.
But from what I remember is that you forgot one. You couldn't find one of them, and one of the guys at the end of the bench found that one Tic Tac. But the problem is he didn't have his glasses on, so he was kind of squinting, looking at it, and then he finally got it. He went and got it, and he ate it. That was Jeremy Wetz.
Jeremy Wetz. It wouldn't be an interview without a Jeremy Wetz story. That's priceless. Was there a favorite game or memory as a player, Mark? Something that stands out?
Favorite game? There's a bunch of them, I would say. When we played Dayton Dunbar my sophomore year, they came to town. It was the girls team, the ladies team also played the women's team, Dayton Dunbar.
Boys, girls, doubleheader.
So we didn't have the JV team. We just had the doubleheader,
Huge
boys and
crowd.
girls. Always a good crowd there. That was a good game.
They had a 6'8", 320-pound center, Greg
yes.
Packnett, who was a big football recruit.
Yep, I remember him. That's one game. Also the USV game, Upper Scioto Valley. They were number 1 in the state.
They went on to win.
They went on to win
27-1
with one loss.
That was us.
That was us.
Yep. Good choice.
I would say both of the OG games at home, or the first game at home, we had to lead the whole game. slipped away in overtime. And then the tournament game, I think we did the best we could, but they just kind of overpowered us, and they went on to get second in the state.
Yep.
So, I mean, heck of a battle there. Couple individual performances, I'd say, is probably the Toledo weight game, if you remember that one.
I do. Toledo weight decided to play you one-on-one.
One-on-one.
No need to double or triple in your senior year. A lot of times it was triple.
Yep.
They decided to play you one-on-one.
And I think I was 15 of 16 from the field.
Correct.
And that one miss was the last shot I took. It was a baseline jumper from about 10 to 15 feet away, and it was an air ball. So
no, you make 15, but you
I
remember.
made 15, but I remember the one miss.
Yeah. And that's a good example of Coach Janitis was very big on coaching etiquette, and he took you out at the end of the third quarter with 30-some points.
Yep.
And it was very, very evident to everybody that if he wanted to, you could have got the single game scoring record that night. But he was an old school coaching etiquette guy, and he that would be classless to rub it into a team that were drilling that badly. So he took you out after 3. But I think there's no doubt you would have had the single game scoring record if he would not have done that. Best player you played against? Any people come to mind?
I'd say in high school, remember the Ryan Mag from Ottawa. He was a guard, but we just had a lot of battles with him, it seemed like. In college, I would probably say, I mean, I played against a lot of good players, played with a lot of good players, from Jamal McGlure at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Tayshaun Prince was on that team too. Mark Jackson, who was at Temple. I guess I was a freshman when he was a senior, and he was probably double my size. What I remember with him is he would hold the ball up high, posting up, and say, "Meat and potatoes." I kept looking around. I'm like, what in the world's meat and potatoes? I found out quick a couple times. Back it down and put it right on me.
Put it right on top of it.
You know, that was when I was 185 pounds, and he was 250 pounds. But probably the best player I ever played against was just one of my teammates, Ryan Perryman. Undersized big man, 6'5", but just a beast. I mean, he was 2 years older than me in college, and
he may have the all-time rebounding record at Dayton. I think he does.
He does at Dayton, definitely.
He's
but
a
he was
tremendous rebounder.
His senior year, he led the conference, or led the NCAA in rebounding. And I just remember going in, doing individual instructions with him, because it was always me and somebody else, and then they always paired me up with Ryan. I couldn't even get my shot off for the first year, just in individual instructions, because his hands were so quick. Every time I brought the ball up in the shooting range, he would knock it out. So you had to learn quick if you wanted to play there, I guess.
Yeah. Good story. I guess my next question is going to be, how much of an influence did Damon Goodwin have on you wanting to go to UD? You know, do you remember watching him at all, or were you a little too young?
I was a little too young. Nothing in high school that I remember. I vaguely remember him at Dayton.
Okay.
Watched him on a little black and white TV that we had at home. But during the recruiting process, he did call me up. We went out to McDonald's, talked about it, talked about his thoughts, my thoughts, what I was thinking. And he didn't really steer me either way to go there or to go anywhere else, but he just wanted to touch base, and if I needed anything, he was going to be there.
Great.
And understand that for those viewers that didn't know you back in the day, you were being recruited by Cincinnati, who was the number one team in the nation, Michigan State, who don't need to say anything more about that. And Dayton. So it's not like you were, tossing around some, a bunch of mid majors and going. You had some big time programs offering you.
Yeah, I'd say I had some big time programs. A lot of them in the Midwest. I really didn't. They had back then. They had, I don't even think they have those anymore, but 5-star camps where you can go out and showcase your stuff. But I didn't go to any of those. Coach Unitas didn't think I needed to, which I don't think I needed to either. I mean, I had enough just from playing here locally and then playing the AAU circuit that really it was anywhere in the Midwest that I wanted to go. I had a chance to do it.
Happy with Dayton?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yep.
Yes. Great.
Hall of Fame.
Great career. Great 4-year career there, and I think had the most games started record. I don't know if that still holds, but most games started record, which is just phenomenal to be able to come in as a freshman and make that big of an impact.
Yeah. That was one reason I went there. I knew I could play right away, or I thought I could play right away. And it ended up being, 119 games or something. It's not a record anymore, but it was a good run we had.
Great team. Fun watching.
And one of the good things about going to Dayton as well is our parents could get down to all the games, family could go down to games, friends, former coaches.
Assistant coaches could sit on the front row. During the Derek J. interview, Mom said, of course, that he was her favorite player. And I chimed in, Mark, that you were actually my favorite player, not my son, because Mark Ashman got me front row tickets at Dayton games, and my son didn't get me anything like that. So, Mark, congratulations.
Thank you.
On getting into our Hall of Fame, as well as your other Hall of Fames that you've been inducted into. Thanks a lot for coming in and being interviewed.
And thanks for having me, and thank you guys both for all the work you've done with getting this all organized and all set up. It looks really nice, and just thank you.
Yep. Okay, great.
Our next interview is a third set of brothers, one of 3 sets of brothers in the Hall of Fame. We had, obviously, the Graves brothers. We had Stephen Louis Dietz. But today, for our interview, we have Jason and Wes Clark. Jason from the class of 1998, and Wes came along a little bit later in the class of 2005. Tell us a little bit about the Clark brothers.
Yep, Jason was a leaper, would be the first word that would come into my mind. He was a great pull-up jump shot person, very, very good defender. In fact, the Clark family has a reputation as being a great family of defenders. He played on some really lean seasons, not the most talented teams, but he certainly was an outstanding player, as was noted by his first-team WBL selection as a senior. Wes really had a 1-year career. He had
which we'll talk about in his
shoulder
interview,
and a knee injury that he lost both his sophomore and junior seasons. But what a senior year he had. He was first-team WBL, co-player of the year, all Northwest Ohio, all district. Won a WBL championship, pairing up with other Hall of Famers, and culminated in an outstanding tournament run. His senior year, they went all the way to the district, or won a district championship against Van Wert in a double overtime thriller, and then eventually lost in the regional semis to the Upper Sandusky teams of the Diebler brothers, a legendary brothers combo. Wes's most famous game, without question, I think, is he scored 40 points in that regional semi game against Upper Sandusky, and kind of a heroic effort. Riders fell a little short, but was a game that no one will ever forget in Rider history. So the Clark brothers have certainly made a significant contribution to Roughrider basketball.
And also, as we'll talk about in the interview, American Manufacturing has been a big part of putting together this Hall of Fame as well.
Which is Jason's company.
Which is Jason's company. So without further ado, Jason and Wes Clark.
Okay, we're here with another of our series of Hall of Fame interviews on Rider Nation Station. Tonight we're joined by the Clark brothers. Jason, class of 1998. Wes, class of 2005. One of only 3 brother combos to make the Hall of Fame. Of course, the Graves family has 3 brothers and a son, and the Dietz brothers are the other ones. But the Clarks hold the distinction of being one of very few sets of brothers to make the Hall of Fame. So I think my first question for you guys is, what's it like being one of the few brothers, family members, to make the Hall of Fame?
I'll go first, I guess. I guess it makes me feel good to think I did my job as an older brother to set him up to be successful. I guess I'll take some of the credit for that. But I mean, honestly, playing in the driveway against all of us when he was younger, I mean, we weren't easy on him. We took it to him, and I think it definitely paid off down the road. So I think that's the neat thing I got to say about it.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, looking up to Jason and even our sister, Amanda, we had a lot of competitive games in the driveway. Like Jason said, it was competitive, it was fun, and I think that motivated all three of us, actually, especially me looking up to the older two.
Now, I got to ask the question. Rocky, your dad, Rocky, will try to take credit for the genes in this. Yep. Does he get any credit for this basketball talent or not? Or is that a stretch?
I would say it started with him. He pushed us to the limit. He's what, every day he was getting us outside, throwing the football, shooting the basketball. He definitely pushed us pretty hard.
And probably a lot of the competitive nature that you guys have is probably traced to Dad, being a really competitive athlete himself.
Absolutely.
Yep. Either of you guys, go in any order you want, have a favorite memory of playing in St. Mary's? I think I know what Wes's is going to be, but I'll see if he answers the way I think.
Yeah, I would say my favorite memory. I mean, there was a lot of games that I look back on and think, wow, that was a great memory. But the one that sticks out the most is in Salina, actually, playing for the WBL title and going over there, and the rival already is big between St. Mary's and Salina, and the winner winning the WBL outright, and St. Mary's hasn't won the WBL for quite some time, so wasn't one of my best games personally, but as a team we went in there, we won, and that was probably my favorite memory, putting on the St. Mary's uniform.
I would have said the 40-point game in the regional semis against Upper Sandusky.
That was a fun game.
On a personal level, I assume.
A personal level, but we ended up losing that game.
True.
So I'd rather have the win and not as good as a performance personally. But that was a fun game playing against the Diebler brothers. The one went on to Valparaiso, and the other one went on to Ohio State, who eventually I think played professional ball for a little bit as well.
Yep.
And I'd have to say probably my sophomore year with Ashman. Ashman could flat out shoot, and all you guys know, I think kind of undeservingly so, how well he shot. He came out against, it was in Paulding, I believe. Was it OG or maybe we were playing Paulding? I can't remember off the top of my head, but he comes out. Something upset him, and I still to this day really don't know what that was.
It was OG.
Was it OG? Yeah, it was OG.
It was the mag.
Yes, the mag. Takes the rebound and goes down all the way full court and just dunks on the guy. And all of us were like, wow, because he really didn't do that a lot. Takes the next rebound, goes down and dunks, and proceeds to take the next rebound and go down and dunk. And it was just crazy at that time with the whole stadium going nuts and a big game against them. So that was probably my biggest memory as a basketball player.
And I assume, Jason, you remember in the timeout, OG calls a timeout after this flurry. And I'll never, ever forget Ash coming into that huddle and screaming, "Let's kick their blanks."
Yes.
And if you know Mark Ashman, he was always calm and under control, never got too up or too down. And for him to do that, I will never forget that. All the other players just were energized because Ash was ready to go to war that game.
That's the one thing that sticks out all the time. I mean, not that it was unexpected, we know what he could do, but just coming out there and doing it against them. OG was a weird time. They were always, as they are now, always good every year, and they were very good those years. And Ash just took it straight to him 3 times in a row, and it's just some basketball memory as a player that I'll never forget.
Yeah. They were ranked number 2 in the state, if I remember, at that time, and only lost 1 game, and it went right down to the wire before they finally knocked us off.
Wes, you had you dealt with some injury problems early on in your career. Did that kind of help motivate you as you got into your senior year? because you'd miss some time early on.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a frustrating time. My sophomore year, it was a broken elbow. My junior year was a torn ACL. So I was dedicated, committed to come back stronger and have a full season. And the team that we had, knowing the success that we could have as a full team and everyone playing together for a full season was really motivating as well. But yeah, that definitely played a factor in getting a full season under my belt, staying healthy.
Question for both of you. Is there a player that you played with or against, or maybe it's a couple of players you played with or against that are most memorable to you from your time in high school?
Obviously, Mark Ashman, played with him, and we all know what he achieved here. But he was the best player that I was ever on a court with, period. I had a lot of fun in high school, though, defending, too. And I got to play a lot of, just off the top of my head, the Pickwa Ryan Darner. That one sticks out the most because that one stung the most. The kid scored his 1,000th point against me. And I always drew a kid like that anyways, but letting him get that, I mean, I didn't want him to do that. So those two stick out in my head the most.
Yeah, and for me, I would say obviously the Dieblers. Going to Ohio State, Valparaiso were probably the biggest ones. But then in the WBL, that year there were so many good teams and so many good athletes. The Rainey kid from Van Wert, Holiday, who I shared Player of the Year with from Van Wert, Jordan Swift from Shawnee, and Austin McCormick from Walpock. I feel like the WBL for basketball specifically that year was loaded. So there were so many athletes, and then of course our own team playing with Corey Vossler, Tom Burke, Todd Graves. I mean, we had a lot of good athletes on our team as well. But yeah, those were some of the players that stick out.
Favorite move for both of you?
I would say my favorite move was driving baseline and then spinning back to the middle and finishing at the rim. That was my go-to.
I always had the either curl cut in the middle or the two dribble pull-ups. So a nice 10 to 12-foot jumper and pull up in the middle of the lane and drop it.
Use your jumping ability to get above the defender.
Yep.
You can remember it well.
There must have been somewhere at the Clark household some emphasis on defense because
all three.
Yeah.
Your sister, she was like you, where we'd go over a scouting report.
She might have been the best one at defense.
We would go over a scouting report and we'd say, okay, so and so's their best player, and she would just say, okay, that's
me.
That's who I got, right? And we're like, yeah, that's who you're guarding, and she knew every week that was her role, and same way with you guys.
Yep. I think that goes back at home. We were playing against each other all the time, and as you know, we would hate when the other sibling would score on you. So it was the competition at home was aggressive. It was competitive. I never wanted him or Amanda to score on me. So I think that's kind of where that started.
Jason and his wife Andrea have the distinction of being one of only two husband-wife combos in the Boys and Girls Hall of Fame. The Ruanes, Bill Ruane, Nan Kogi being the other. Got to ask Jason, does this take a little heat or sting out of the spousal relationship now that you're in too?
It made it a little better, yes. As that came along, it evened the playing field a little bit. But yeah, it's pretty neat. I've always said with her getting in first, and then the boys coming along, and then with my brother, but then adding my brother-in-law also. So Andy Sloan's in with the group. So a pretty neat thing for everybody, and something common to talk about basketball. And going back to one of your favorite stories in basketball, we were playing Ottawa Glandorf at home. It would have been my senior year, and we always played them well at home. And we were going up back and forth with them, and they were taking the ball out on the baseline. And their current head coach, Tyson McLaughlin, throws the ball in out of bounds and cuts in real hard and takes his elbow to my mouth, and I chipped all my teeth on the bottom, 3 teeth that are still today chipped off, and get them fixed all the time. And that happened in the game, and kind of my dad seen it after the game and asked me, "What did you spit out? Are you okay?" And I said, "I was just chipped my teeth," and they really couldn't do a whole lot with it. About halfway through that game before halftime, though, Andy goes after a loose ball and ends up rolling over it at mid-court, and I go to pick him up, and oh man, I think he got my teeth. And he turned around and smiled, and I was like, oh, yeah, he got your teeth. They're gone. And he's like, what? I'm like, your teeth are gone. Both your teeth are almost all gone. So goes down at halftime, ends up having to go to the dentist. But that's one of the most memorable times with a teammate as well.
Yeah. Good story. Well, we also, in addition to congratulations to both of you, must throw a big thank you to you and American Manufacturing for helping to finance this, because without your support,
without the dollars, this doesn't happen.
None of this would have happened. And so, yeah, you guys are very, very important in
we appreciate you
this.
and Andy, and how much you put back into the community and are paying it forward. It's noted and appreciated what you're doing for the community.
Yeah, there's a lot to put together for you guys too, and we like to donate to any of the sports or any of the kids that come and ask. We try to help, so we'll always do what we can there.
Okay, I think we'll wrap it up then. We'd like to thank the Clarks for coming in and congratulate them both in their induction into the St. Mary's Basketball Hall of Fame.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
From the class of 2007, Adam Johns. And Adam came right after Wes and is another WBL Player of the Year. His 4-year career is just loaded with accomplishments, and so I'll let you get into that, because he is another very well decorated St. Mary's athlete.
Yeah, he's a very rare 4-year letterman, 4-year starter, joining people like Dean Cook, Garrett Fletterjohn, Derek J. Very rare to be a 4-year letterman and a 4-year starter. Was a 3-time All WBL player, the first and only player to do that in St. Mary's history. Was the first team All District in Northwest Ohio. He is one of only 3 players to three St. Mary's players to ever play in the Ohio North-South game, which is certainly an indicative of his career. He's 5th in points in a career. Went over the 1,000-point mark, 1,068 points. He is 1st in rebounds, and so I think he certainly earns the moniker of chairman of the boards for St. Mary's. Will Austin Parks pass this next year? It's very possible, but for right now, Adam Johns is the chairman of the boards. Now, after his high school career, he went on to play at Capital University for
Coach
Damon Goodwin, a fellow Hall of Famer and St. Mary's grad. At Capital, he was a 4-year letterman, 2-year starter. I think he would be most proud of the fact that they won the OAC championship in 2008 and played in the NCAA Division III tournament in 2008 and 9. So very successful career here at Memorial, and then was able to play for Damon Goodwin at Capital and was very successful at that level as well.
Adam is currently, I don't even know if we should talk about this, but currently coaching at across the lake at Salina. And
still can't get used to seeing him in green.
Yes, he still doesn't look great in green. He looks tremendous in the blue and gold. But he was very accommodating and willing to come over and do the interview, which we appreciate, and a great interview. So here you go, Adam Johns.
Our next Hall of Famer is from the class of 2007, Adam Johns. Adam had quite the career here at St. Mary's. He graduated as the all-time leading rebounder, over 600 in his career. He also was the 5th leading scorer in history with over 1,000 points. So he's in the 1,000-point, 600 rebound club, which is rarefied air. He has a distinction of being one of only 3 St. Mary's players ever to be 3-time first-team WBLers. Dean Cook, Adam. Am I forgetting somebody?
Yeah, because you said 3.
No, I can't remember the other one. He also was one of only 3 players to play in the Ohio North-South game, along with Claude Graves and Mark Ashman. Not only did he have a great high school career, Adam then went on and played at Capital University, playing for another of our Hall of Famers, coached by Damon Goodwin. He was a 2-year starter there. Won an OAC championship your sophomore year? Freshman. Won an OAC championship your freshman year and made a couple trips to the NCAA tournament. So not only a great high school career, but a great college career. And is now continuing in the coaching ranks. He's now the head coach of the hated Salina Bulldogs. We'll give you a pass on that, Adam. We're going to give you a pass on that. So thank you first for coming in.
Not a problem. It's been, kind of an experience to say the least. I mean, not only trying to organize everything, going back in time, you forget when you're kind of living in it, but then, digging through, as you like to call my mom's archives, that was kind of fun just to go back and read some of the news stories and just see everything.
Miriam John's closet was like a Smithsonian vault in this process. The amount of, we got films, we got articles, we got pictures, not only from your playing days, but before and after.
Yep.
I would walk in the door and not even hardly talk to your mom and dad. I'd just go straight, turn right into Miriam's vault.
Well, now my oldest son, Carson, does the exact same thing. Just takes off for all the toys, and they just kind of, okay, he'll be back. So
let's start off, first question, Adam. What was your favorite memory from playing for St. Mary's?
Probably that entire, I think, sophomore year for me. I mean, that was, you go to football season alone, play in the state championship, get a couple weeks off to try and figure out how to play basketball again, and then go on. You win the league at Salina that year, which still to this day, the most people I've ever seen in that field house for not only a varsity game, but it was packed for the JV game as well that night. That was unbelievable. And then probably, taking another step when you beat Van Wert in the district championship there at Anderson Arena.
Double overtime.
That was
a lot of people consider one of the most exciting St. Mary's tournament games ever.
That was a lot of fun as well, too. I mean, just that entire whirlwind of a season between those two sports, and especially basketball. But, going back and looking at some of those news articles and everything, that was a lot of fun.
And making it to the regional semis at Toledo, and although you got beat by an outstanding team. Upper Sandusky had 2 Division I players, one of which becomes Ohio's all-time leading scorer.
Yeah,
so
the Diebler brothers, and then some people forget that I think there was another guard on that team. He ended up playing quarterback at Mount Union, which so athletically he was okay, and they were in pretty good shape as a team.
Yeah, they were loaded.
So your career starts out and got a lot of time as a freshman, but as a sophomore, you're kind of the only big man, but you're surrounded by a lot of talent, and then you kind of progress into a different role as you get older. Tell us about your evolution as a player.
Kind of as a sophomore, being that we played that matchup zone with Coach Leslie. So I had to be pretty vocal in some loud environments. So communication-wise, I figured it out early on that, okay, you have to do this in order to be successful. Well, then Josh leaves. He goes to Ottawa. Court comes in, and Court and I had a pretty good relationship. He ended up being the assistant at Capital during my 4 years there. He kind of, helped build me into that more confident leading scorer. You're the leader of the team, those types of things. And then, just kind of continue to build on that going into my senior year and just, kind of finish it off, those types of things. But it was, just a gradual progression. Like you said, I was part of the team as a sophomore and things like that, being kind of thrown into a group that was very successful with, Todd, Wes, Tom, Darren Stanky, you're talking Ross. Those guys were real successful kind of growing up, and then I was part of that group. Fortunately, we made that run, which was a lot of fun.
As a boy, what player did you look up to?
Probably Mark Ashman. I remember him quite a bit. I think, memory kind of serves me correctly. I had a little youth hoop in the house, and I would, try to dunk every once in a while. Never happened in an actual game when I got to high school, but, I tried to, break the rim at home from time to time. So I think that's the one person I looked up to.
It would have helped if you were 6'10".
Well, that would have too.
There would have been lots of dunks in your games if you were 6'10".
So if you have advice to younger players, Roughriders or others.
Or
Bulldogs. What advice would you give them? The game of basketball has kind of changed. It's changed over the decades, and if you want to be successful now, what do you got to do?
Now, you really have to be able to shoot the ball and score the ball. You look, especially this year, I think of a team like Defiance. They had 4 or 5 guys that could really hurt you from the perimeter. And it's not just guards. They had a couple brothers that were really good from the perimeter. Just the ability to score, but then at the same time, don't rush into getting, substantially better at everything over the course of your career. Just every single season you need to be slowly, getting better at something. You're not just going to become this fantastic player overnight. It's a lot of time in the gym, a lot of, struggling moments and things like that. Just to kind of get it figured out. And, that's my biggest advice to them.
As I watched film this summer, your early years, it was all back to the basket.
Yeah.
Your later years, a lot of face up.
Yep. And that, you had to figure it out, especially that my junior year, I had to figure it out about halfway through the year, not only sometimes 2 guys, but there would be a 3rd guy coming in a hurry and things like that. So you had to figure out, okay, where can I catch it and still, have an advantage and things like that. But that sophomore year, I just had to find a gap and Todd would fire a pass somewhere. So,
what players, Adam, do you remember, whether you playing with or against, as being really outstanding?
You think played with Scott Vossler for about half a season. Wes Clark, those guys are going into the Hall of Fame. A classmate of mine, Doug Burke. So there's 4 out of 4.
You better give Doug credit, because he attributes himself for at least 3/4 of your points.
Right, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Especially that game, I think, over in St. Henry.
Lots of assists that game.
And he probably would have had more if they counted, free throw makes as part of assists and things like that. But, there's 4 guys, but then, also on that team that made the district run and regional run, you think of Corey Vossler, Tom Burke, Todd Graves especially, just a really good group. And then even, Aaron Peffenberger, it's kind of a nice luxury. It was a nice luxury where you have the center of the football team as the best shooter that we have on the team. And he's the main guy setting screens for you. So I was a pretty good beneficiary there.
Not many centers shoot threes.
Football centers shoot threes. You don't go from the O-line to the guard spot on the basketball floor too often. But then, even Michael Schmidtmeyer, he had the ability to knock the shot in from the three-point line. So, I played with a lot of good guys in high school, and then even playing against the Diebler brothers.
What opponents, right? Besides the Dieblers, what opponents?
Oh, Van Wert, that Van Wert team we beat in the district. Kyle Holliday, there was a moon shower I know that played.
You probably ran into Holliday in the
ran into him in college. He played at Ohio Wesleyan.
Right, I knew that.
Let's see, Chris Morrow I think was from Van Wert. Ottawa always. I can't think of all the common names from Ottawa, but I'm sure they were good players from up there. The Salina side of things, I played against Tim Holman and his athleticism, which he still has. By the way, it's really impressive for how his age.
He's managed to keep it.
He just touches his toes once and goes up and dunks. I said, okay, you're still really athletic.
Yeah.
Just trying to think. Oh, Elida had some good teams with Matthias and a Thompson. I think Sarno was in there. So it was not only the league, but then
The league was very strong in your era.
a couple of college teammates of mine from St. Henry, Ross Niekamp, ended up being then Spencer Niekamp, Nate Stahl. Nate Stahl he's inducted into Capitals Hall of Fame, so played with him collegiately. I mean, played with a lot of good basketball players through the years.
Okay. Wrapping up, Adam, what's it mean to be in the inaugural class here in the Hall of Fame?
You know, going through the introduction as far as my personal achievements, I guess, obviously very humbling, but you know, you think about the big names being inducted into this inaugural Hall of Fame. It's kind of like a who's who through the generations and things like that. It's, you know, it's a really big honor, I think. And it was, you don't think about it when you're in the moment, but obviously now it's really cool. I mean, never tried to go for something like this. It just kind of happened. So,
well,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Great career.
Thanks for stopping in.
Nick, no, you guys are doing all the work. This is
glad to have you. We hope you can make it on Hall of Fame night.
Yes.
Hoping. I got a trustworthy assistant, maybe.
From the class of 2000, our next inductee interview is Mr. Bill Ruane, and Bill has the is he the only husband? No, one of two couples whose wife is in the Girls Basketball Hall of Fame. The Andrea Roth and Jason Clark is the other couple. Nan Kogi is Bill's spouse, and Nan is also in the Girls Hall of Fame. So we've got the husband-wife couple going.
Nan has a lot more points than Bill. I'm sure she'd want us to interject that at this point.
Yes, and
rebounds. Sorry, Bill.
Yes, but Bill came along after Mark, and St. Mary's kind of had a dry spell with big men, and no size at all. And so when Bill came along in the 2000 season, he was kind of the lone size on the team, and so everybody kind of went at him, trying to get him in foul trouble, because once he was out of the lineup, there just wasn't much inside help. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Bill's
Bill's senior
stats.
year in 2000, he was a first-team WBLer. He was also all-district. He was all-Sydney Holiday Tournament team, made the Lima News all-star team as well. Bill is one of, we think, only 3 players who eventually become superintendents of schools. Ray Graves, superintendent at multiple different schools, including Pandora, Gilboa locally. Claude Graves was the superintendent of a school in Columbus. And Bill, of course, was your boss. You're retired now. Was our bosses at St. Mary's as well. So he's one of 3 people of the Hall of Famers who eventually became school superintendents.
And prior to becoming superintendent, he was also the principal here at Memorial High School.
Yep.
And so his footprint is all over the school system, not just the record books here at St. Mary's. And I would almost say that his impact right now is being felt in a greater way for our school system.
More than just athletics.
More than just athletics.
Although he is Dollar Bill, as the students call him, is still usually a leading scorer and rebounder in the student-faculty game every year. In fact, he may have the title as the all-time leading scorer in student-faculty basketball game history, which is a title I'm sure he would gladly accept.
The students, the first year or so when he came out to play, were kind of poo-pooing him.
Oh, here comes the superintendent. He's going to be a patsy.
And they when he took it to him and posted him up for a few buckets, they figured out that he still had some game left. So from the class of 2000, Bill Ruane.
All right, our next Hall of Famer is from the class of 2000, Bill Ruane. first team WBLer, and of course now as the distinction of being our boss is the superintendent of St. Mary's City Schools.
He is also one of two couples that wife is in the Girls Hall of Fame.
Nan Kogi, the
And-
former Nan Kogi.
And husband is in the Boys Hall of Fame. So
They joined the Clark.
they joined the Clarks.
Jason
Andrea,
Clark and Andrea Roth combination as the only couples.
that are in the Hall of Fame. So
And I-
congratulations.
Congratulations. I'm sure there was a
Well,
little
thank you.
pressure having a spouse in the Hall of Fame and you weren't.
Yes, there was. There was. She would never let me forget it.
Was there any trash talking early on?
I do a little trash talking, but I think honestly, I think her stats and her performance out in the court kind of outshadows mine. I kind of know that and accept it. So she was all state and everything. So, yep.
So our first question, what memories do you have that just stand out from your days in St. Mary's basketball?
My earliest memories would be going as a kid, growing up in the gym. My mom was a teacher, obviously, at the school there, so go to the gym all the time. And as a little kid, you know, we went to all the games, whether they were home or away games, but just loved the atmosphere. Watched some really good games as a kid in McBroom Gymnasium where it was packed. Some last-minute buzzer beaters against Salina teams, and you know, I remember looking up to I think it was the 92 or 93 team, 93 team that went to state, and you know, following them all the way through the tournament runs and onto the state game and watching that, and just, you know, it was a lot of excitement for young kids growing up in St. Mary's to watch that and be a part of it. So it really got me loving basketball, and always wanted to have a basketball in my hands then and shoot in the driveway all the time and be part of Little Riders in those games, and then you know, want to be a Roughrider on the basketball courts when I grew up too. So those are my earliest memories.
What particular player, is there one or maybe two that you really remember as a kid? Boy, I want to be like him.
Yeah, I remember that
Somebody
team. You had the Elston, you had Youngs, you had Finke, Raymond, Yinglings, Dunks.
I thought little kids liked Dunks.
Yeah, and then like when I got a little bit older, it was always Ashman. I was probably in the junior high, so I was playing a little bit more, and he was a post player and obviously a pretty big standout. So kind of looked up to him when I was in the, you know, started playing my own competitive games, kind of.
Okay.
Unfortunately, when you played, we suddenly had no other size.
Right.
And you know, Mark was obviously the premier big man, but he had graduated by the time you came around. So a lot of responsibilities fell on your shoulders.
Yeah, it was.
When it came to the paint.
It was kind of in growing up in Mercer, Auglaize area. You know, you always battle the Mercer County schools, or I remember Salina had a 6'10" kid that played at Toledo. You know, so in New Bremen, I remember had two 6'10", 6'9". You know, so it was always a challenge. But just go bang around the best you could with them, and all you could really do. But I kind of just looked at it as a challenge. But it was a challenge, all right.
Any advice you would give, Bill, to young Roughriders?
Just always, I think just always have a basketball in your hand if that's what you love. You know, it doesn't have to be spending money to go to the camps or playing AAU. The more important thing is just being in the driveway, whether it's dribbling the ball, working on your dribbling, shooting obviously. But if you're in the gym and you find that gym time and that's what you love, and pick up games, I think that's what really molds you.
Being the son of a teacher, it is a huge advantage.
Yep.
Because you have access to the school.
Yeah.
However, everybody's got a driveway.
Yeah.
and
You're right. You're right. And in the old school, it was nice. The McBroom, like we talked about the atmosphere and stuff in the game for game days, but also that school you could get in at any time of the night. So I remember going, and if they didn't have a key, you could sneak in a window or a door.
Why was there any keys?
Right. So it was always great. I can't remember how many times just walking in there, you know, late at night and just turning on lights, and you know, it was basketball rat's dream come true because you could just go in there and shoot at any time. And yeah, I remember athletic directors, administrators would walk by and just be like, "Oh, here," and like throw them the ball, and they'd shoot a couple with you, and then they'd go back to their business. But it was a little bit different times there, but it was great. But you're right, the driveway works great, the pool works great. Tons of places you can go out and play.
What was your, as you evolved as a player, what was your favorite move, kind of go-to thing that you'd say, man, that was my thing?
Yeah, it probably wasn't real fancy or anything, but being a big player, I remember one scouting report I saw, they termed me as the rugged post player, and I didn't quite take that as a compliment at the time, but I kind of think it wasn't the finesse player. I was just gonna go bang against you, and nothing real fancy, up and unders or just a big drop step and seal them, use your body and seal them up, and work your butt off on rebounds and try to get some putbacks and occasionally get a foul and hopefully make some free throws. But that was pretty much the extent of my offensive threat, I'd say.
What great players do you remember playing against? Is there a couple that stand out, like, boy, they were really good?
The best one that stands out, and he stands out, and he's actually not even a basketball player for his fame, but I had the pleasure, and especially being a Miami, Ohio grad, and also a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan, I played an all-star game against Ben Roethlisberger. So we graduated the same time, and it was the District 8 or District 8?
District 8, yeah.
District 8 all-star game at the field house in Elida, and the Findlay was in our same division, not division, but they were in the same district, so played against him, and not too many years back, I saw the program with his name on it, and obviously at that time he wasn't a big star or anything,
sure.
And he was a good basketball player, but he wasn't dominant or known in the area really. I think he had a few more accolades in even basketball than what I got, and I think he might have played in the North-South game or something too, but that's pretty neat to be able to tell kids I played against Ben Roethlisberger in the All-Star game, scored 15 points against him, so that's kind of my claim of fame for everything. I'm sure he still remembers that too.
Wrapping up, Bill, when you look at your plaque in there on the wall leading into the gym, what does that mean to be amongst those plaques?
Yeah, I kind of honestly feel like I probably don't belong with my probably my basketball accolades and my stats and everything, but at the same time, it is pretty neat graduating from here, living in St. Mary's, and then coming back and teaching and coaching some basketball, and being part of the basketball program, being an administrator now, and just it's kind of neat just to see it up there. So it is pretty neat, especially to be around some of those guys that do have the stats and accolades and stuff. So it's a nice group to kind of catch the tail end of and coast along with them. So.
When your daughter Noe tells you you don't know what you're talking about,
yep.
Is it nice to be able to point up there and say,
It is.
Look.
And I think it gives me a little bit of credit in that student-faculty game. I can always point back there. I might not have any more, but look, guys, at one point I might have been able to hang with you. So
I want you to know my wife and I have both considered adding student-faculty game stats onto that plaque. It's very possible that you're the all-time leading faculty scorer.
I might be up there.
Yes.
I think I've gotten a couple. That one wasn't included on there, but I think a couple MVPs for the student-faculty game, at least a couple times. So
probably should be listed on that plaque.
Definitely.
Well, thank you very much for coming in.
Yep. Thank you.
Agreeing to be interviewed. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for, as superintendent, being so cooperative with Kelly and I as we're trying to get the Hall of Fame stuff up.
Oh yeah, and I think it's important, showing the youth and showing the kids, when they're going in. I was, part of being in the school, seeing the basketball players, spending a whole before practice 10-15 minutes looking at all the stats and looking at all the players and just getting them excited and giving them goals or something they can shoot for to be up on that board. I think is probably the best benefit to the basketball program. So I appreciate all your guys' work in doing that. I know it took a lot of time and have some funny stories and interesting stories, and I enjoy hearing those too. So thank you guys too.
Yep.
Our next interview, all the way from Virginia, we've had several out-of-state interviews during this process, from the class of 2004, Mr. Scott Vossler. And Scott was yet another multi-talented guy. He filled the role of big man, even though he was a bit undersized.
About 6'1".
He only 6'1", or so. Compared to some of our other big men across the board, very undersized, but he just had a knack. He had a nose for the ball. He had
relied on athleticism instead of size.
Yes, he was athletic enough, and he just had a knack for getting rebounds and for scoring. Why don't you tell us a little bit about his
first thing I'd say is he's a 4-year letterman, which is very, very difficult to do. We mentioned some of the other ones in an earlier interview. Played all 4 years as an undersized big man. Was first team WBL his senior year. He finished 5th at the time. He was 5th in career points. Unfortunately for Scott, at 996. Only 4 points away from 1,000. I'm sure he's many times in his mind looked back at a missed layup, probably with Scott hit free throws more than anything.
He also had a couple injury games that he missed, and
just missed out on being one of our 1,000-point scorers.
I consider him a 1,000-point scorer.
Right.
That anybody that close, he's
still
1,000 points.
Amazing. He's still 6th in career rebounds, over 400 rebounds in his career, and close to 1,000 points. And that, again, amazing to have that many rebounds for a person who's a very undersized center. Showing you his athleticism, Scott went ahead and pursued his athletic career at Dayton, but not in basketball as Damon and Mark Ashman did. Scott's career at Dayton was in football. He was a 4-year letterman, 3-year starter. Team MVP 2 years. He was all PFL. He was all Pioneer Football League 2 years. He was his league's Defensive Player of the Year in 2008. He was a second-team All-American. Probably his proudest accomplishment, I think, it would be the fact that they won the PFL his junior year and finished as national champions in NCAA Division I AA. So I am very sure that he will eventually be in UD's Athletic Hall of Fame as well for his football accomplishments. But he's in our Hall of Fame for his basketball contributions.
So, again, another well-rounded athlete from the class of 2004, Scott Vossler.
Scott had a tremendous career for the Riders. One of his biggest distinctions is he's a member of almost the 1,000-point, 400 rebound club. He finished with 996, which I'm sure is a sore point, those extra little 4 points. Right at 1,000 points, which is 6th all-time in St. Mary's history, and over 400 rebounds, which also places him 6th. So had a stellar career for the Riders. He was a 4-year letterman. We've only had 5 of those in school history. So obviously had a very illustrious career here for St. Mary's, and then eventually goes on and plays football for the University of Dayton, where he was a second-team FCS All-American in football, 2-time All-Pioneer Football League player at Dayton. So had a great football career. But we're here to talk about basketball today. So I'm going to let my wife give the first question.
You had kind of, through a 4-year career, an evolution in your game. Kind of walk us through, what did you do as a freshman? What was your role? And how did that evolve through the next 4 years?
Yeah, when I was a freshman, we just kind of, we were struggling a little bit and looking. We had an injury at the upper level, and I was playing JV and got bumped up. And at that time when you're young and just you're willing to do whatever. So I think I got placed up because I could rebound and play defense on some bigger, stronger people, and I started making some shots. And that kind of became my designated role, was to be able to defend somebody with a little muscle and then knock down some three-pointers if the opportunity arose. As I got older, it kind of became more of a focal point of our offense. I think our team kind of developed a pretty tough mentality, attitude. We were real physical, played really good defense. Didn't play a ton of guys, so it was kind of 6 or 7 of us out there most of the time. And I think, we developed a little bit of a brand for St. Mary's basketball after several years of struggling.
And you went from your freshman year winning
Yeah,
just
I think
a couple games?
I think my 8th grade year, I don't know if we won any. And then I think we won 2 my freshman year, and like my last year, I think we won 15 or 16. So we
That had to be very rewarding in your career
to
see it build.
We always caught a lot of grief from people just that we weren't ever going to be any good, and it was a sense of pride for a lot of us on those teams. My brother and Wes Clark, Todd Graves, Tom Burke, that we knew as we got older we were going to have a chance to be good.
You were part of the crew that, and I very distinctly remember this, were morning before school shooters. And you would get into the gym.
A lot of credit should go to Josh Leslie, who brought in the gun. It's a shooting machine.
Yep.
And he got you young guys.
Yeah.
He found you at an early age and got you guys plugged into
Definitely
shooting.
invested in it. I remember his first year at a summer camp. You know, I think he noticed that there were some kids that had some potential at the younger levels, and he made that available. And I think a lot of us were multi-sport athletes. So getting us after school all the time wasn't always possible, but we developed that morning shoot-around stuff. So guys like myself and my brother and Todd Graves, who was playing baseball, we could always get our shots up, and I think it helped us. I think before that time, there weren't a ton of kids in our school that had a lot of just basketball skill. There were athletes that were trying to play basketball but hadn't always developed as well as they could, and he gave us a chance to kind of reach our potential.
Yeah, Scott, are there certain players that you remember playing against, ones that stand out as being really outstanding, memorable?
Yeah, I mean, the best kid I think I played against was the kid from Shawnee, Jamar Butler. I remember
Future Mr. Basketball.
Yeah, played at Ohio State. We ran into him like at a camp in like 4th grade, and we always felt like we were pretty good, you know, when we were younger, and we saw a whole nother level of athlete, and that was kind of always the ghost you were chasing as we got older. We played against the Politz twins. They were in my grade also, and they were
who both go to Miami.
Yeah,
of Ohio.
Horses. Like there aren't too many kids that I ever felt like were better athletes and bigger and stronger than me that I ever went against. But they had 2 on that team.
Yeah. Well, they would have been. It's amazing they didn't play football because they would have been exceptional football players.
Yeah, they were. They're both like 6'4". Yeah, there weren't too many guys like Todd Graves and I ever physically couldn't either physically move or we could run around them. And those two were like the 6.0 version of Graves and I.
Yeah, and they went on to lose in the state finals to LeBron James.
Yeah, as juniors. As seniors, they won.
They won the state
seniors,
championship.
they won.
Yeah.
So we were down there. We watched.
It was quite a team.
So, yeah.
And you knocked them off.
We beat them in the regular season. When we were healthy, we were a force.
Right.
We've kind of St. Mary's has had some years where we've kind of had OG's number a little bit, and you guys were part of that early.
Yeah, and Leslie kind of Josh had a lot of success again. Even when we weren't very good, we played them really tough a couple times. I remember my freshman year, we had them beat in a tournament game. I think they were number 1, number 2 in the state, and we had 1 or 2 wins.
It's no coincidence then that he gets the OG job.
I think they remember. Yes.
They had to remember him beating them with what I would consider inferior talent.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite Coach Leslie memories?
I just always kind of felt like both of us were in like the same boat. Like he was young, coming up, trying to build a program. We were all, inexperienced guys. I had to watch St. Mary's lose a lot growing up, and it was kind of neat to do that together. I remember my senior year, we beat Delphos St. John's at their place after being down like 20 at half. And came back, and Adam Johns hit a game winner at the buzzer, and it just I'd played 40 minutes and I'd played the whole game the night before, and he's like dragging me off the and it was a really rewarding feeling that we were able to do that. We had kind of arrived as a true basketball team at that point.
Is there one game you'd pick out as your most memorable?
Beating OG at home when they were, I think they were undefeated and number 1. They went on to win the state championship game. We also beat St. Henry at home that year, early, who won, I think, the Division III state championship that year as well. So those 2 games were we probably didn't have any business. We just had a lot of guys that could really compete. That weren't afraid of people, didn't back down. I don't think we were always the best basketball talent in comparison to the people we were playing against, but we had guys that were just willing to go in there and battle. And I think the story of those teams in that era, I think, is that we just had some tough athletes.
You had a lot of winners too.
Yeah,
they were used to winning in other sports.
Yeah,
and they carried it over into basketball.
And we believed that we just hang around long enough that the other team would probably cave.
Favorite gym to play in?
I really like playing on the road, especially in our league, because the students are there. You get to know a lot of those kids, or they think they know and so playing in Wapak, playing in Salina, Delphus St. John's is always a really tough place to play, but just kind of when you get under those guys' skin a little bit, knowing that they can talk over there, but they can't do anything about what's going on.
Right.
But looking back, we won at OG my junior year, which was a really tough place. So I just enjoyed going.
You enjoyed the league.
Yeah, going into those places.
Playing the WBL and the MAC.
Yeah, where people knew you and they wanted to try to break you down a little bit in there, and just being able to fight back. I always liked going over to Salina because I felt like the hatred was strong and it just gave you a chance to kind of stick your chin out at them a little bit and all that. So, playing in those places, there's some cool venues. The schools are all a little older. I remember falling into the bleachers at Van Wert and coming out with all kinds of.
There's a lot of venues with. Crowds are exceptionally close.
Yes.
Which you don't see in gyms as much.
No, and where I'm at now in Virginia, we're they do everything to try to keep everything under control on PC, and that's not what I remember when I was playing. You dealt with people being right on top of you and being able to say and I think it elevated you if you were a competitor. It really made you I'm not going to sit here and take this. So it was just, I always enjoyed going on the road.
As a young boy growing up in St. Mary's, was there a basketball player that you enjoyed watching?
Yeah, when I was 8, 9, 10, kind of in there, I think it was the 92, 93 team.
State team?
Yeah. So got to watch them a lot. So Yingling and Elston and Kleinance and Hirschfeld and all those guys, and some of them were also football players, which was a big part of my life too. And those guys that played multiple sports, that kind of always resonated with me because I envisioned myself being that kind of kid growing as I got older. So, they were, and that was kind of the last good team up until we went through. There was a 10-year gap in there.
Some lean times.
Yeah.
So I remember vividly watching them going down to Columbus and seeing. I think we played some Murray Walker in the state semifinal.
Yeah, Columbus Whitehall.
Elston was very close to my father, and he'd come over. He broke our basketball hoop dunking on it back in the day. So those guys, I remember them well.
Well, we want to thank you for making the long trip
from Virginia, all the way from Virginia
to interview with us today. The multi-sport star, Scott Vossler.
Thank you.
Our last interview from the class of 2017 is Derek J. And as we've said before, he's probably my favorite Hall of Fame inductee.
My second favorite.
Yes, he's had to explain that to him at home that he was second, but Derek got his basketball start at a very, very early age as a manager for the girls' basketball team when I was coaching. And he was in the gym all the time. First it's just running around and picking up loose balls, and as he got older, it was helping out passing and drills, and pretty soon it was becoming a practice player for the second string.
Fifth and sixth grade year, he went through and
for the girls,
the entire practice with the team.
Yeah,
all drills, all scrimmages, everything.
We had a high school boys practice team that came in every day, and he just kind of joined in that group, and so he had his fair share of gym time. And before he got to high school, he was and Mike can go through his shooting records and scoring things. It was well earned. He's not the greatest athlete by any means of our Hall of Famers, but he spent a lot of gym time, and so he earned all of his scoring marks.
He had to be a skilled player because he wasn't the biggest or the highest jumper. He wasn't the fastest.
Yeah, but he did. He earned his shooting marks by spending time in the gym during the off season. Mike, tell us about his scoring marks.
Yeah, one thing I'd mention again, he was a 4-year starter and a 4-year letterman. That always indicates to me a very highly skilled person to get on the court as a freshman. He was first team WBL in district in all Northwest Ohio as a senior. He owns, first of all, he's the all-time leading scorer. He has almost 1,300 points. Now, how long that will last? Austin Parks just went over 1,000 as a junior, so if Austin has another year like he had this year, he will pass Derek probably by 100 or so points. But for now, he's the all-time leading scorer. He basically holds almost every single field goal and free throw percentage record in school history. One of the things I think Derek would probably say is he's most proud of is his shooting percentages rank in state history. He's the only Roughrider to appear in the OHSA state basketball record books. He's currently 7th in free throw percentage for a career at 87%. And he's, I think, number 20 in career three-point percentage. If you add his free throws and three-point percentages together, he has the highest combined three-point and free throw percentage in OHSA history, just ahead of Luke Kennard, who plays for the Clippers. So that I think that the records he holds in shooting is indicative of what you're talking about. He was a product of time, work, and repetition in the gym. He had to earn those records because he wasn't the greatest athlete.
And getting scoring marks, there are some people who chuck it up a lot and take a lot of shots to score a lot of points. He was very efficient.
He attempted the fewest shots, field goals and 3 points of any of our 1,000-point scorers.
So yes, he was efficient on offense, but again, close to home because he is our son. So we were able to schedule him pretty easily to come in here today.
And probably should mention Derek continued his basketball career at Calvin University, which is a Division III school in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
From the class of 2017, our final interview for the St. Mary's Boys Basketball Hall of Fame, Derek J.
Our next Hall of Fame interview is with Derek J. from the class of 2017. Derek broke or tied 11 Roughrider basketball records while at St. Mary's, maybe the most significant of which is the all-time leading scorer, 1,296 points. Derek, can you tell us which of the records that you broke or tied was the most meaningful?
I think probably the 2 percentage records, so free throw and 3-point percentage records are more meaningful just because those can't be I don't want to say faked, but when you play 4 years, the counting statistics aren't as hard to do, but you can't make up for that with time. So the percentage means you're consistent over 4 years, and I think that's probably what I'm most proud of.
During the course of your career, and you were a 4-year starter.
One of only 5 4-year lettermen.
What gym did you like playing at the most?
I would say probably St. Henry. They always had had a lively crowd and always, it's a tight gym and everybody's close to the floor. Always had good teams, and you can't say the Salina Fieldhouse, so you have to say
Yeah, we won't
somebody
talk about
else.
Salinas.
Yeah, we can't.
There's some ugly episodes that occurred there.
Yeah.
Most notable players, and obviously one of them will probably be at St. Henry, but most notable players that you played against during high school.
Yeah, I played against a lot of great players, like Dakota Mathias from Elida, just got some NBA action this year, and Ryan Mikesell, as you mentioned, from St. Hendry, was a great player down at University of Dayton. Andre Gordon's going to be a 4-year starter at Texas A&M. I played against a lot of great players, but those are probably the best 3 that I played against.
Growing up, you spent a lot of time in the gym, as we well know. Who did you look up to? Who did you try to model your game after? Who did you idolize as a youngster, as a young Roughrider, and projecting your career later on? Who influenced you the most?
Yeah, I think my answer is probably a little different from most of the Hall of Fame members, just because I spent so much time around the girls program because you were coaching them at the time. So I was probably much closer with them than I was to the boys program. So the 2 that I remember the most are early on, Chrissy Haynes, back in the early 2000s. I remember having a little 24 reversible that I used to wear to all the games. I'm sure you had to wash it way more than you did anything else that I owned. And the other one is Erica Thornsberry, and both of whom are Hall of Famers in the girls' side. But Erica, I got a chance to practice against a bunch because I was in like fifth, 6th grade at that point in time when I was the manager of those teams. And so when you guys would practice and you'd bring in guys to play against them, I got to play against her. So I got to know her very well and see her play up close. And so I just kind of took parts of their game and watched them play and tried to integrate that into my game.
Chrissy went on to have an outstanding career at Ohio Dominican, still has many records there. And Erica Thornsberry went on to play at Lipscomb University and had a great career there as well. And so modeling it after 2 All-Stars is a good choice.
Derek, one of your claims to fame, I would say, would be that you're the only Roughrider to make the lists in the OHSAA all-time rankings. OHSAA has rankings on most statistical categories. You're the only Roughrider player to make the top 10 to 20 in categories. You're in the top 10 in all-time free throw percentage. You're in the top 20 for all-time three-point percentage. So obviously you're a great shooter. What advice would you have for young St. Mary's kids growing up that would like to be a good shooter? What do you need to do to get to that level of shooting proficiency?
Yeah, I mean, shooting of all things with basketball is just something you can't cheat. You can't become a great shooter without putting in the requisite time. And so from a pretty early age, but especially starting in like junior high, I would go into the gym in the summer, in the off season, and shoot, for an hour-ish, 400 or 500 shots pretty much every day. And that level of consistency and grinding in the gym just can't be cheated. And I think too often people just show up for practice during the season and, that's when they shoot. And everybody does that. So if you want to be better than everybody else in terms of shooting, you have to put in extra time. And the statistics bear that out, and you can't cheat that. And you have to put in the time.
Yeah. Derek, you were lucky enough to play for one of Ohio's all-time great coaches in high school, Dan Hagemeyer. is approaching 600 career wins, 3 state titles, a legendary coach in Ohio. Is certainly a fair thing to say about him. Do you have any favorite coach stories or memories from playing for Coach Hagemeyer?
Yeah, I remember early on in the season, my freshman year, and I had played with the varsity guys all during the summer, during camp and stuff, and Hagee had kind of pulled me aside when he talked about, you know, are you ready to play varsity and that kind of stuff, and he kind of pulled me aside and said, you know, I'm gonna kind of take it easy on you a little bit, you know, because you're a freshman, and so we got into the season, and about a couple weeks into practice, I remember I must have screwed up something, and I would imagine it was probably on defense. That was definitely where I lacked for most of my career.
I think you inherited that maybe from me.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, never was my strong suit, but I screwed something up, and Hagee threw the "I'm going to take it easy on you" rule out of the way, and
no longer were a freshman.
Yeah, got in my face, and you know, the vein bulged, and he started stomping his heel, and all the typical stuff that Hagee likes to do, and I remember, you know, obviously being terrified at the moment, but afterwards, you know, you're kind of like, hey, I'm just one of the guys now and treated like everybody else.
That's good.
Well, we want to congratulate you. You are obviously our favorite Hall of Fame inductee, although Mark Ashman might be my favorite. Mark Ashman got me front row seats at University of Dayton basketball for 4 straight years, which you did not.
Yeah.
But you're our favorite.
You're still our favorite. So
Ash he's close behind.
Yeah. We want to congratulate you. Thanks for coming in to interview.
Mm-hmm.
Derek J., class of 2017.
Scored 110 points in the game.
We would now like to take time to honor the inaugural class of the St. Mary's Boys Basketball Hall of Fame. The plaques that were installed in the hallway last season honor 40 men who have all made a significant impact on the boys basketball program at Memorial High School. For a touch of nostalgia, as each inductee is announced, we will show a pictorial or video tribute and give each inductee an award which has been fashioned from the wood of the bleachers at the old McBroom Gymnasium. Due to the large number of inductees, we will keep these introductions very brief. We will be introducing them in their order of graduation. Dean Cook. Dean is being represented by his niece, Chris Cook-Petter. Dean Cook introduced the St. Mary's community to a high-scoring style of basketball not prevalent in the 1950s. The patriarch of St. Mary's basketball, Dean scored just under 1,000 points and still ranks 7th on the all-time scoring list. Dean ushered in an era of WBL dominance and popularity for the Roughrider basketball program that captured 6 Western Buckeye League titles in 11 years. Dean took his considerable offensive talent to the Ohio State University, where he was a 3-year letterman and a 2-year starter. From the class of 1951, Dean Cook. Gene Graves. Gene is being represented by his nephew Adam Graves. With 4 members of the family being inducted tonight, the Graves family is definitely the first family of Roughrider basketball. Gene is the first from that first family. Goose was a 6'6" center who still has the 3rd highest single-game scoring mark in MHS history with his 39-point game versus LCC. This lefty was a part of the 1952 WBL championship team that marked the 3rd title in 6 years. From the class of 1953, Gene Graves. John Kenzel. John is being represented by his nephew Dan Kirby. As one of the most decorated athletes in MHS history, John Kenzel made his mark as a three-sport athlete who was a 12 varsity letter winner. In basketball, his name is still sprinkled throughout the record books in free throw shooting and scoring with just under 1,000 career points. Kenzel helped lead the Riders to consecutive WBL titles while capturing first-team honors both years. Kenzel took his multi-sport talents to the Air Force Academy, where he was a 10-letter winner, excelling in basketball, baseball, and football. This smooth shooter was inducted into the Colorado Springs Sports Hall of Fame in 2001 and the MHS Alumni Hall of Fame in 2011. John lives in Arlington, Texas. From the class of 1956, John Kenzel. Ray Graves. Ray is being represented by his wife, Linda. The second Graves honoree tonight is Gene's brother, Ray. As a 6'5" center, Ray's power game utilized a combination of post-up, hook shots, and jump shots to lead the Riders to consecutive undefeated regular seasons, capped by trips to district and regional final games. His relentless rebounding and shutdown defensive skills took him to the Citadel, where he was a 4-year letterman and a 3-year starter. He scored over 1,100 career points and grabbed over 900 rebounds. Graves returned to St. Mary's in 1971 to coach the Roughriders boys basketball team and was later inducted into the Citadel Hall of Fame in 1993. From the class of 1956, Ray Graves. Don Burgess. Don Burgess. Don was a shifty, ball-handling point guard who made his mark in the Roughrider basketball program in 2 different decades. Burgess helped the Roughriders capture the 1956 WBL and district championships as a junior, and then grabbed first-team WBL honors the next year as a senior. This quick floor general returned 10 years later to assume the helm as the head coach for the Blue and Gold. His impact in basketball stretched beyond St. Mary's as the longtime organizer of the District 8 All-Star Game, in which countless players, both boys and girls, have participated. A graduate of 1957, Don Burgess. Don Martin. Don is being represented by his daughter Mandy and his granddaughter Cece. Don was a 6'6" big man who used power post-ups and a mid-range jump shot on offense while patrolling the paint and controlling the boards on defense. Martin continued his basketball career at Morehead State, where he was a 3-year letterman on a team that made the 1961 NCAA tournament. From the class of 1959, Don Martin. Claude Graves. The third player from the Graves family is Claude Graves. Like his brother Ray, Claude was an intense, shutdown defender. However, Claude broke the family mold of post players. He controlled the offense from the point and did his scoring as a slasher and mid-range shooting guard. Fast, athletic, and a slick passer, Claude went on to letter 4 years and start 3 years at Wittenberg University, which garnered 3 OAC titles and finished as an NCAA national runner-ups while Graves played. Graves also returned to St. Mary's to coach the Roughrider varsity team in 1967. From the class of 1961, Claude Graves. Robert Buzz Howard. Buzz is being represented by his wife, Cheryl. Most Memorial students from the last 5 decades knew the late Buzz Howard as a longtime English teacher, coach, sports statistician, and St. Mary's historian and author. Many do not know, however, that in his own high school playing career, Howard made his mark in St. Mary's history as a 2-time WBL first-teamer who was a key component on the 1961 WBL championship team. He continued his basketball career at McMurray College and eventually returned to St. Mary's, where he also coached the varsity boys basketball team. Howard was inducted into the MHS Alumni Hall of Fame this past fall. From the class of 1961, Buzz Howard. Dennis Krause. Dennis, who currently lives in Texas, is being represented by his Roughrider teammate, Richard Heck. Anchoring the middle for the Riders for its second WBL title in the 1960s was center Dennis Krause. Krause was a force on the boards who still holds the Roughrider record for rebounds per game for a season at 14.3. He still ranks 3rd for total rebounds in a season. Krause took his post-game play to Butler University, where he continued his basketball career. From the class of 1964, Dennis Krause. Dave Williams. Dave is being represented by classmate and fellow teammate Ralph Heck. A 2-time WBL first-teamer, Dave Williams used his strength and agility to become an offensive standout and help the Roughriders grab the WBL championship in 1964. While he was another force on the boards, he made his mark as a scorer with a mid-range jump shot and athletic drives. In fact, 2 of his scoring records have endured for over 50 years in MHS history. His 43 points against Van Wert's is tops for points in a game, and his 19.5 points per game for a career is also first in Roughrider history. Williams continued his athletic career in diving at the University of Southern California and then in baseball at The Ohio State University. From the class of 1965, Dave Williams. Doug Mays, a picture of power and post-up. Doug Mays controlled the paint on defense and racked up points on offense. Known as the Dipper, this rebounding machine once pulled down 22 rebounds in a game, which still ranks 3rd in the MHS record books. His amazing 17 field goals against Van Wert ranks 1st in Roughrider history, and his 37 points that game ranks 8th. Mays continued his basketball and baseball career at Wittenberg University, a graduate of 1971, Doug Mays. Dave Hosfeld. Memorial's first WBL Player of the Year was Dave Hosfeld. A combination of power and athleticism, Haas was a scoring machine who still ranks in the top 3 in 3 scoring categories: points in a season, points per game for a season, and points per game for a career. This lefty was a dual threat who could slice and get to the basket and still shoot the perimeter jump shot. Haas took his tremendous athletic talent to the University of Toledo, where he continued his football career and was a 4-year letterman and a 2-time first-team All-MAC player. From the class of 1974, Dave Hosfeld. Louis Dietz. The first half of another set of brothers being inducted tonight is Louis Dietz. This high-energy small forward brought a fast-paced, full-court game to the blue and gold. His speed and athleticism helped him as an aggressive driver, pull-up jump shooter, and big scorer. He averaged 19 points per game. Dietz once poured in 34 points against Greenville. He continued his athletic career in baseball at Ohio Northern University. A graduate of 1975, Louis Dietz. Steve Dietz. The second half of the Dietz brother combination is Steve Dietz, another athletic forward who could run the court, hit a pull-up jumper, and drive to the bucket. Steve was a hero of the Memorial Miracle upset of the number 1 ranked Delphos St. John's in the 1976 sectional tournament. Dietz poured in 24 points in the first half, propelled the Riders to an insurmountable lead and the eventual monumental upset victory. A graduate of 1976, Steve Dietz. Dave Graves. The fourth member of the Graves family to be inducted tonight is Dave Graves. The son of Ray, Dave was a two-time first-team WBL member who was known as a long-range bomber before the advent of the three-point line. His outside shot, combined with an aggressive drive and ball handling skills, allowed him to break into the MHS top 10 in scoring for a season at 403 points. From the class of 1980, Dave Graves. Tom Petter. Tom was perhaps the most pure point guard in tonight's group of inductees. This multifaceted floor general ran the show for one of the highest scoring teams in Roughrider history. As a distributor, he still holds 3 different assist records: assists for a career, for a season, and per game. While Petter ignited the offense by distributing the ball on the break, he also fueled the high-octane offense with a picture-perfect jump shot and an aggressive drive which earned him frequent trips to the foul line. In the MHS record books, he ranks 4th in career free throws made. Petter continued his athletic career at Heidelberg College, where he was a 3-sport, 8 varsity letter winner. From the class of 1981, Tom Petter. Damon Goodwin. Damon is being represented by his father, Gene. The first name to be mentioned in any discussion of Roughrider basketball greats is usually Damon Goodwin. Goodwin's stat line is phenomenal. He ranks in the top 3 in 11 different MHS scoring categories. He is the first in 6 of those, including points per game in a season at nearly 28 per game. Goodwin was a WBL Player of the Year, a 2-time WBL First-Teamer, and an All-Ohio First-Teamer. Goodwin continued his playing career at the University of Dayton, where as a 3-year starter and 4-year letterman, Goodwin still holds 2 UD records in free throw shooting and ranks 34th for career scoring. Goodwin was drafted by the Phoenix Suns and was inducted into the UD Hall of Fame in 2010. Goodwin is currently the head coach at Capital University, where he is the winningest coach in program history. In fact, Goodwin is not here tonight because his Capital team is playing at Mount Union this afternoon. A graduate of 1982, Damon Goodwin. Scott Axe. Scott is being represented by his brother-in-law, Ralph Heck. Following the graduation of Goodwin, Scott Axe took over the scoring duties for the Blue and Gold. Another very athletic wing, Axe was a slashing driver who could operate in the open court. He led the Riders by averaging in double digits at over 13 points per game and grabbing first-team WBL honors in consecutive years. A graduate of 1984, Scott Axe. Derek Turner. One of the most picture-perfect jump shots belonged to forward Derek Turner. Turner's mid-range game and ability to get his shot off in traffic led to his 18 points per game average his senior season. An all-purpose scorer, this three-sport athlete was also an excellent defender for the Roughriders. Recently, Turner has held a variety of coaching positions in both basketball and baseball for St. Mary's. A graduate of 1990, Derek Turner. Greg Yingling, Dr. Dunk, Air Yingling, flight number 4. Greg Yingling earned all of these flying titles as the most prolific dunker in MHS history. Playing the top of a daunting 1-2-2 defense, Yingling's length and leaping ability were murder for opposing offenses to attack and often resulted in crowd-pleasing dunks on the other end. On offense, Yingling's guard play combined a steady outside shot with spectacular dunking on the break to earn District 8 Division II Player of the Year honors his senior season. Traveling from his home in Florida, a graduate of 1994, Greg Yingling. Mike Elston, the anchor in the middle for the 1993 Final Four team, was one of the top athletes in MHS history. Mike Elston was a standout in football, a state qualifier in track, and a WBL first teamer on the hardwood. He cracked the top 10 in career scoring in basketball and still ranks third in career rebounds. Roughrider fans will never forget the dominating performance that Elston gave in the upset, blowout win against top-ranked and undefeated Wauseon in the district semis to keep the Rider State Tournament drive alive. Elston continued his athletic career playing football for the University of Michigan and currently is the assistant coach at the University of Notre Dame. From the class of 1993, Mike Elston. Tony Hirschfeld, the all-purpose steadying force on the state Final Four team, was forward Tony Hirschfeld. This lefty with a smooth mid-range jump shot was yet another three-sport athlete for the Riders. On the hardwood, he was a long and athletic small forward who could guard all 5 positions and score in a variety of ways. His baseline jumper was a constant staple in the Roughrider offense. A graduate of 1994, Tony Hirschfeld. Luke Kleinance. Luke is being represented by his mother Susan and son Quintine. Directing the offense for the Roughrider Final Four team was junior Luke Kleinance. This three-sport athlete was an unflappable ball handler whose mid-range jumper and drive rounded out his complete offensive game. But his lockdown defense was his trademark, most evidenced during the '93 regional final win that earned the Riders a trip to Columbus. Kleinance's athletic career was cut short by a battle with cancer. However, he continued his coaching career at the University of Dayton as a student assistant in football. A graduate of 1994, Luke Kleinance. Mark Ashman, the most decorated big man in Roughrider history, is center Mark Ashman. His name is splattered all over the Rider record books in scoring, shooting percentage, rebounding, and blocks. His dominating play earned him WBL Player of the Year honors as well as Ohio Division II Player of the Year and All-Ohio First Team honors his senior season. Ashman went on to have a stellar career at the University of Dayton, where his name again dotted the record books as a two-time All-Atlantic 10 player. He went on to play professionally in Europe and was inducted into the University of Dayton Athletic Hall of Fame in 2011. From the class of 1996, Mark Ashman. Jason Clark. The first half of yet another brother combination in the Boys Hall of Fame is Jason Clark. As a player, Clark's athleticism was his trademark. His quick drive and mid-range jump shot led the Riders' offensive attack. Clark is also one of two men who is married to a member of the Roughrider Girls Basketball Hall of Fame. Clark has continued to influence Roughrider basketball program as an assistant coach for the varsity team. From the class of 1998, Jason Clark. Andy Sloan. Closing out the 1990s for the Roughriders was guard Andy Sloan. A big athletic guard with a strong drive and a mid-range jump shot, Sloan grabbed his first team WB honors as a sophomore for the Blue and Gold. He concluded his career as a 3-year starter and letterman for the Roughriders. A graduate of 1999, Andy Sloan. Bill Ruane. Bill roamed the paint for the Riders at the turn of the century. This center provided the Riders with some much-needed size and used his strength and post moves to garner first-team WBL honors. Ruane's impact on Memorial High School is still being felt today beyond the basketball court as the superintendent of our school district. His basketball presence is still greatly appreciated in the student-faculty basketball games where Dollar Bill can still dominate the paint. Ruane is also the second inductee to be married to a member of the Roughrider Girls Basketball Hall of Fame. A graduate of 2000, Bill Ruane. Scott Vossler. Scott is being represented by his mother, Pam. Scott was an undersized post player who was a 4-year letterman for the Blue and Gold. Vossler used his athleticism to reach 6th place on the Roughrider career scoring list with nearly 1,000 points and 6th on the career rebounding list. His ability to drive and get to the foul line allowed him to score over 300 free throws for his career, good for 3rd in the record books. Vossler continued his athletic career in football at the University of Dayton, where he was a decorated 3-year starter and 4-year letterman. From the class of 2004, Scott Vossler. Wes Clark. Wes is being represented by his brother and fellow Hall of Famer Jason. Wes Clark used an aggressive slashing style of play to capture WBL Player of the Year honors while leading the Roughriders to a district title and their first WBL title in 24 years. The brother of 1998 honoree Jason Clark, Wes battled injuries early in his career before breaking out for a dominant senior season. His 40-point game against Upper Sandusky in the regional semis ranks 2nd in game scoring for the Roughriders. From the class of 2005, Wes Clark. Adam Johns. Adam is being represented by his parents, Craig and Miriam Johns, and son, Carson Johns. Adam was the Roughriders' chairman of the boards during his 4-year varsity stint. Johns earned first-team honors 3 times while being named WBL Player of the Year his senior season. A 1,000-point scorer, Johns ranks 5th in career scoring in addition to being St. Mary's all-time leading rebounder. As a sophomore, he was an anchor in the middle for the guard-dominated Rider team that went 21-4 and lost in the regionals. Johns continued his basketball career at Capital University, where he played for Damon Goodwin and was a 4-year letterman. From the class of 2007, Adam Johns. Doug Burke. While Johns was dominating in the paint, Doug Burke took care of the ball handling duties and delivered the ball from his point guard position. Playing alongside Johns, Burke used a slashing style of point guard play to evolve into a standout season. Despite his size, Burke was a fearless driver who created scoring opportunities for others, but also had the ability to score himself. From the class of 2007, Doug Burke. Garrett Fletterjohn. After a 6-year dry spell, Garrett Fletterjohn finally broke the spell for St. Mary's by grabbing first-team WBL honors in 2013. As a 4-year starting guard, Garrett grew from a skinny freshman dribbler into a well-rounded do-it-all guard who etched his name throughout the MHS record books in both scoring and assists. He still holds the top mark for assists in a game. He is 4th in career scoring, and the 40-point game that he had against Van Wert ranks 2nd for points scored in a game. A graduate of 2013, Garrett Fletterjohn. Derek J., our final honoree tonight, graduated as the greatest shooter in MHS history. A 4-year starter, this marksman finished as the school's all-time leading scorer, holds 7 Roughrider records, and ranks in the top 3 in 12 different Rider categories. While his career started as a spot-up shooter, he added an aggressive drive to his scoring repertoire later in his career, which led to frequent trips to the free throw line. As evidence of his shooting prowess, Jay ranks in the top 10 in free throw shooting percentage and the top 20 in three-point shooting percentage in OHSAA state basketball history. Jay continued his basketball career at Calvin University. From the class of 2017, Derek J. We also want to recognize the following inductees who were not able to be here or not able to have representation with us tonight. Al Cook, class of 1955. John Tip Cook, class of 1956. Ron Champ, class of 1959. Tim Fortney, class of 1966. Ken Smith, class of 1975. Troy Crouch, class of 1988. And Michael Dietz in the class of 1989. This concludes our induction ceremonies for the inaugural class of the St. Mary's Basketball Hall of Fame. Please join me in one final round of applause for these outstanding gentlemen and their impressive athletic accomplishments. In addition to the players who were inducted into the Hall of Fame tonight, we would like to recognize the Roughrider head coaches who are attending tonight's festivities. Heading down now for a picture together in order of their tenure as head coach are Don Burgess, 1966 to 67, Claude Graves, 1967 to 1968, Steve Moore, 1976 to 1978, Paul Hirschberger, 1978 to 1984, Mike Keel, 1984 to 1987. Jeff Janitis, 1987 to 1998. Court Hamilton, 2005 to 2006. Paul Sadler, 2006 to 2009. Dan Hegemeyer, 2009 to 2015, and 2019 to the present. Thank you once again for watching tonight's inaugural Hall of Fame event on Roughrider basketball.
This episode has been brought to you by Minster Bank, Plus One Professionals, Albert Sporting Goods, American Legion Post 323, Fowler's TV, St. Mary's Eagles 767, Speckman Automotive, Auglaze Audiology, Rabel's Auto Service, American Manufacturing Solutions, Speed's Chiropractic, and Miller Funeral Home.
The Friends of the St. Mary's Theater need your financial help to secure a state grant, which we need to raise $500,000 in individual contributions by the end of 2021. Any donation is welcome, and suggested donations, which can be pledged, are $200, $1,823, $2,023 and beyond. Send check to Friends of SM Theater, P.O. Box 382, St. Mary's, Ohio, or visit Graham Opera House Live to make an online payment to the 501c3. The time is now to make this happen. See more on our Facebook page at Graham Opera House Live.